Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I'll use any kind of soap on my unit. Doesn't matter. My unit's industrial.
Wow.
I'll use janitor and the drum on it. I did before when I got crabs.
Do you ever use that orange stuff?
Oh, no, not you can't use the orange gritty hands.
Yeah.
No, you cannot use like the goop hand cleaning stuff that mechanics use to get all the grease and grime. No.
That grease.
Yeah.
The stuff that's got the sandpaper in it.
Yeah, I thought it
no.
better gription.
No, the better gription, my ass. You'll chafe the hell out of your waiter.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
All these buttons, different levels. Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. There he is. There's Tuttle. Hello, Tuttle. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Bubba?
I'm doing great, buddy. So, Lummy, it's been Lummy. Good. Well, hello, Lummy. How are you?
Matt Hoxie, 25 on the Venmo.
Wow. Matt Hoxie was a little bit hot on me. He actually texted me personally over the weekend and be like, "Hey, I threw down $50 on Friday, and you didn't have your little bit caller there, bit boy, and you missed it." You know, I'm trying hard to make it to BARP. You know, $50 is 50. You know, $50 is a lot of money for a regular dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if I give my favorite radio program and or content provider $50, but Matt Hoxie did, and I missed it.
Thank you, Matt.
And so I think on Monday I came back and thanked Matt Hoxie, the great Matt Hoxie out of South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina. Thank you very much. The Seth Kushner, Seth Money Kushner, the Kush, Seth.
Yes.
Whatever.
Yeah.
By whatever you like to call him.
The intros make me uncomfortable.
They do?
I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, hey, here's who's on the show, and I'm supposed to say hi or something whimsical,
hi,
you know?
Hi, whimsical.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Or it's great to be here.
Seth Kushner, I work my ass off. I do real hard. I work hard. I throw together, no less than... Now, are you doing any podcasting stuff outside of my bubble? Which, by the way, I wouldn't have a problem with. I wouldn't be mad if you were doing some stuff on your own. I know that, remember when Rhett Lemmy worked here, he did like a fire the cannons kind of deal.
Yeah, Cannon Fire podcast.
Which I had no problem with.
No.
So are you doing anything, or just everything you got here just keeping you busy?
No, I mean, I do a sports card one maybe once a month. That's probably 20 minutes long. That's just for my Substack, but I'm not really inspired to do many more podcasts.
How about you, Tuttle? Are you doing anything outside of my world? No, Tuttle. The old Bubba would be mad and, say, why the hell? The new Bubba's like, hey, I'm happy for you.
The only thing that I do outside of the Bubba universe is I go on Tom and Dan once a month, as a guest.
All right.
So that's about all that I do.
And how are those fine gentlemen?
They're doing well. They ask about you all the time, and are just fascinated with the world that you live in, and what you've created as well too.
Well, they're content providers, and they probably just can't wrap their head around the cult-like following known as the Bubba Army and their willingness to support the show.
Like they almost did it first, man. They broke free from radio. They were having massive events, making a ton of money podcasting when people were still trying to figure it out.
They were some of locally. Obviously you have Adam Carolla, you have Joe Rogan, you have some of these, but
they were right on time. I think
they were locally the first in. They were the first ones to be able to monetize a podcast. I feel locally.
I saw what they were offered to stick around and sign another 4 or 5 year deal but they told them if you re-sign, you can't do your own thing anymore.
Well, now the terrestrial radio companies are saying there are no raises. And we're not, and in fact, we might be giving you less, but you can do your own little podcast, and you can maybe do your own little YouTube, and you can put your show up and things like that. And so some of these local guys are trying that, and they're realizing that wow, I might be too late getting into this game. It's a grind. It's really a grind, and I'm very thankful that we got in when we did, and again, by Tom and Dan standards, who are two very successful people in this space, I think they're envious of our numbers. I mean, right now we got 4,000 on Rumble, just right now, 4,000, and look at it climb, Lummy.
Yes, it is.
Just a climbing. So, Lummy, what do you got going on in your world, my friend? Like how many different, is your rental property squared away, or is that something you're constantly dealing with?
Constantly dealing with that.
Are you doing any outside podcasting or anything we should know about, Lummy?
Yeah, me and Walker are doing our own little podcast in front of his stuffed animals.
When Walker can talk better and Walker can understand things better, and if Ashley would have a problem of Walker and Sammy, but I can see where Seth and Phoebe might be a little more protective of Sammy. I just, for whatever reasons, not really exposing her, to...
Yeah, she doesn't need to do a podcast yet.
Yeah. But I got to tell you, she's a spark plug, and she would be interesting on the microphone. Her view on... Because she's a little mini Seth. And she likes the White Sox. She your daughter, your 7 or 8 year old daughter. Is she 8 now?
She'll be 8 in a week.
Okay, so look, you should be impressed.
Oh my God, dude! Yeah,
I mean that I'm, that I try to keep up on your children, try to know your family.
No, I mean I'm very impressed.
But at 8, she knows she's a little mini Seth, and she just yes or no. Does she know and follow and know that her dad's a White Sox fan?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got sound. Okay. Does she know and follow and understand that you're a Bears fan?
Yeah.
Does she know and follow and know that you are into cards and breaking cards?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, she knows your world. She knows what you like.
Right, and I know her world. Dress to impress.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. But one of these days, if I think getting her on the air and getting her spin on what you're doing would be precious, would be awesome.
You know, Dave Grohl didn't just put his guitar in his daughter's hands and put him up on stage, Bubba. It's a process.
I understand.
So
can I tell you how I could get it to happen? Can I tell you how I could get it to happen? I go, Sammy, you want to start doing a podcast with me? Maybe. I don't want to say Uncle Bubba because that's kind of creepy. But Bubba said he would give you $25 a podcast. He'll pay you. Bubba will pay you $25 for every podcast that you go on with me. Now, she shook my sister down for a 20 one time when you guys visited her.
Yeah.
She would be on that. She'd want to do 5 a day, 5 a week.
Yeah, there'd be a negotiation, but we could probably work something out.
Would she negotiate for herself?
No, I would be stepping in.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. No problem.
But let me now, Walker Walker does he know everything you're into?
Yeah.
Or is Walker just obsessed with monster trucks?
Monster trucks.
I think we should do a Walker monster truck. Like what does he do when monster trucks come on?
Oh, he's infatuated.
And does he
with it.
know that's Gravedigger?
Yeah,
that's Gunslinger.
Yeah.
He knows. So I could put
Kraken,
a pic. So if I had Walker on the microphone, I go Walker. And I had all the monster trucks on the screen. I go, what monster truck is this? And I pulled up the Gravedigger. Gravedigger.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he was when I went to the Bucks game and we were tailgating with Lummy and his family, and Walker had all of his monster trucks lined up. I also had to ask him, tell me who all you got here, and he went through and named 20.
Lummy.
Yeah,
Could you stage a little video where we start off as a video where maybe this weekend Walker goes through his monster truck collection?
Yeah, I'm pick out his favorite because he's got
just like Tuttle said.
Yeah,
put out like 15 of his favorites.
Yeah,
and you say, tell me, give me the lay of the land here, Walk.
Yeah, he does that, and his little people that he plays football with. He plays Bucks, Dolphins.
What do you mean, like
the little people, the little hard-figured little people? When they make football ones.
You mean midgets?
Like you mean arm? Like,
are you afraid to say the M word?
No,
are you talking about?
Seth Wiley, $20.
Who's that?
Seth Wiley, $20.
Seth Wiley. So is that like little plastic figurines?
Yes, yeah.
And you just scoot them around, and this guy tackles that guy.
Yeah, he sets up a little football.
Kind of like back in the day when we were growing up. Remember that if you
don't tell me you played with Green Army men.
No, I did. I did.
Boy.
I did. There was. Seth, back
Tuttle,
in the
you
day,
did?
back in the day, there was nothing to play with. There was nothing electronically. I mean, until Pong came out. Pong was the very first thing, and Pong didn't come out till like 76 or 77.
Well, I'm not surprised you did, but then it sounded like Tuttle did, and I'm close in age to Tuttle, so that was a little surprising.
Well, here's the deal, man. Do you remember the very first football game was this big green vibrating football field, and you'd put your guys on there, and they had these, and they would vibrate. You turn the button on, and go, and then your guys, you had zero control of them, and they would just, maybe you could actually send me video of that, Lummy, of the old vibrate. That was the best that got. And you couldn't control where the thing would sometimes vibrate, and the quarterback would start going back the other way, like for a safety. And, you couldn't really, you weren't supposed to grab the guy and redirect him. But that's the best back in the day, that was the best we had, was a vibrating football gimmick.
Micro Machines, I collected like the little Hot Wheels and the Micro Machine cars like all the time.
Then if you really got fancy and your mom and dad had some money, they would buy you those electric like cars that you put, like slot cars.
Oh yeah.
And the tracks were all interchangeable, and you could make, and then you had a little controller about how fast it went, but that only lasted about 2 laps, and then your car would fly off, because you went to corners too fast, and your cars, those were called Sizzlers, I think.
Oh yeah,
they were called Sizzlers, and you'd put them in the slot, and you just try to navigate them through whatever course that you built. Did you send me?
I sent you the electronic football game.
The vibrating.
game.
Is literally. Hold on. This is literally all we had growing up. Back in the day. I hate to sound like
back when you were walking to school in the snow, 17 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
Barefoot.
Hold on here.
tubers, thanks for watching. This is a Tudor
Check this guy's
NFL
hard drive.
football, vibrating football game that was popular probably from the late 60s all the way up to the mid 80s. This one's an older one. And
that's all you had. You put your guys there. Like, there was no passing. There was no nothing. It was just vibration.
It was a wing tee all day.
Painted looks like the Green Bay Packers and probably the Indianapolis Colts. And if you remember how this works, it's a vibrating table, and these guys scoot along at various rates and turns. There's a speed control here. On the other side, there's a timer.
I feel like that would work today. I feel like
it would get thrown out the first day.
A more like updated version of it, I think would be cool.
Right, but you can't just watch. You can't control.
We can't control anything in life, Bubba.
I don't know. That guy's throwing a hell of a block.
They're going right to those blocks. Pretty good.
Reggie White got in. Reggie White got in the backfield. Look, but then he goes. Hold on. So Reggie White gets in the backfield.
You know, people would gamble on this too.
But they would be. But Reggie White gets in the backfield, but he's going to the sidelines. Look.
That'd be great.
Well, he blew the play, Bubba.
Look at that one guy. He's on. He's got the ball.
Look at this one guy. The guy who got the ball is going to the other end zone.
Well, that's going to be a safety then.
I don't even
3 Packers over here having a circle jerk.
So when the timer goes off, you stop the play, and that's where you either adjust the line of scrimmage or
the worst ever. Like, this was the worst. Kids that had to go through this.
I'm not sure what happened.
You should have to
throw the ball.
A pretty neat vintage game.
No, you couldn't throw the ball.
You can still
get
get
a guy that looked like he was throwing the ball, but he couldn't throw the ball.
What if this is the reason so many people got into football, and the reason why football's as big as it is today?
Did you guys ever play the paper football game, like in school, where you
yeah, of course. We all played that, where you fold the piece of paper up into a triangle, and then try to kick field goals. It was just a big kicking field goal game.
Yeah, but it was a great day when you could figure out how to make your own football, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The older kids would learn. They would sometimes they'd teach you how to fold the paper and then tuck it in. Other times they wouldn't, because that was their skill set, and you had to rely on them to build you a football.
Yep.
I remember back in the day, the Moore kids where I lived, they knew how to do a football, and I didn't, and they would charge me like 50 cents to build a football for me.
Smart kids.
And it's high.
Yeah. So anyway, last night we lost Norm from Cheers. I was going to play Lummy maybe some excerpts of him walking. The most famous, the thing Norm was known for, Norm from Cheers, his actual name was what? George Wendt.
Yeah.
He was 76. His gimmick was he was always the first guy in. As soon as they opened, he was the first guy in. And they'd go, "Hi, Norm," and he'd walk in, and he always sat at the end of the bar.
And he always had a quip that he would always come back with.
Yeah, he was the number one customer, and there was, God, think about Cheers. How many? What was it? Kirstie Alley.
Yep.
Ted Danson.
Ted Danson. Woody Harrelson. Wasn't
I forgot.
What about Frasier? What about the guy Kelsey Grammer?
Yeah, he was in it. And then wasn't there another good-looking girl?
Yeah, but that's who. What's her name?
Diane.
Was it Jennifer Aniston? No, it wasn't Jennifer Aniston.
Shelley Long. Shelley Long was.
Shelley Long.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, Cheers was. I mean, it was so popular, was it not? Oh my God. Norm, and the guy who died last night, he might be the first guy of all the Cheers mainstays.
What about Kirstie Alley?
Oh, yes, you're right.
She did.
You're right. She took the lick first. So in the Cheers, God, look at that chick from Channel 10. Jesus.
Did you know that Frasier holds the record for the longest running live action character to be on TV? The character of Frasier, because he did
Dr.
the
Frasier.
show after Cheers,
and that was his.
Aren't they trying to reboot it?
Yeah, they've already come out with another season.
Is it going to be on network or streaming?
Streaming.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Bubba, did you know the door from Cheers just sold at an auction for $162,000?
Just the door.
Yeah, the door.
Jeez.
Lummy, if we ever leave this facility,
you want to take the door off?
I don't know. Could we sell the door?
$10,000.
How many Emmys you got?
How many what?
How many Emmys you got?
None.
Oh boy,
I
that could be a problem.
I got no Emmys.
Okay, we can work on that.
You know, I'd take $162 for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Seth. I mean, that'd buy everybody lunch.
It says the UPS letter carrier outfit wore by Cliff Clavin also sold for $10,400.
Wow. So anyway, here's the story of. So this is Cheers mainstay. This is Cheers.
He was the Bears guy too.
Yeah, he was. This is Cheers famous actors taking a lick number 2. Kirstie. What did Kirstie Alley die from?
Didn't she die of cancer?
And I think she died locally. She was a huge Scientologist.
Yeah, up in countryside.
And left L.A. and lived here in the Tampa Bay area, and I think died in the Tampa Bay area. Can you find the obituary?
Yeah.
Do they say
she died in
died?
Clearwater.
She died in Clearwater.
Yeah, at 71.
Dude,
and she got. Remember when she did the reboot, and it might have been. I think it might have been an only stream.
It was called Fat Actress.
Fat Actress.
Yeah.
And it was about. It was all about the fact that she used to be skinny and popular, and now she's fat and can't get a job in Hollywood. Wasn't it kind of like that?
Yes.
I should do Fat DJ, Lummy, because, I used to be skinny and, a lot more popular and wealthy than I am now. And now I'm fat and I'm streaming.
She died of colon cancer.
She died of what?
Colon cancer.
Colon cancer.
Yes.
Wow.
Stage 4.
He came into the studio, George Wendt did, and he refused. Like when he came in, his handler was like,
"What show are you
talk
on?"
about Cheers, the Monsters.
All right, so he came into the studio, and he didn't want to talk about Cheers.
Nope.
I had Adam West from Batman.
Oh yeah.
On 98 Rock, and he didn't really want to talk about Batman. And hey Adam, what else have you done? And then I had Joe Walsh come in one time. And Joe Walsh was doing a solo deal.
What, he didn't want to talk about America's Most Wanted?
No, he didn't. Joe Walsh, the
singer,
and
half a leg
and huge guitarist for the Eagles, right?
And America's Most Wanted, right?
No, that's
John Walsh. That's John Walsh.
Oh, that's John Walsh.
Okay,
Adam Walsh's dad. So Joe Walsh from the Eagles comes. This is when we were in the Feather Sound area. True story. So. One of the hardest interviews I've ever done in my entire life. So he comes in. He's doing like Ruth Eckerd Hall on me as a one-off.
Yeah.
Just the Joe Walsh experience. So he's doing a venue about 2,500, and he's on the show. Back in the day when these artists, artists now. Half of the reason why you can't get artists on the air is because their social media presence is so big that they really can just promote within, and they don't need, any extra promotion for the most part. Right? You think AC/DC needed to go on anybody's radio show to promote to sell out Ray J Stadium?
No.
Right, exactly. So this was back when every artist had to go do radio. So Joe Walsh comes in and I'm like, so Joe, welcome to Tampa. I know have you been to Tampa before? Any Tampa stories? No. Okay. So tonight, Ruth Eckerd Hall, kind of a smaller venue. It's just you and your backup band. What can we expect? Are you going to do any mostly original stuff, or are you allowed to play Eagles stuff, especially stuff that you appeared on? Because remember, Joe Walsh was in and out of the Eagles. He wasn't. I don't know if he was an original member or not, but his claim to fame is obviously being with the Eagles. But I don't think he was a full-time Eagle. So I kind of asked him. I said, "So, can we expect, life in the fast lane? Life's been good to me so far. Can we expect that, Joe?" I don't know. Maybe, maybe. And I go, so within the Eagles ecosystem, there's always been rumors that Glenn Fry and Don Henley, didn't get along, with Don Henley being kind of problematic. Did you ever have any problems with Don Henley? He went on to have a very successful career. Do you and Don get along? Sometimes. So I go to break. I go, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, 98 Rock. We'll be back with more Joe Walsh right after this. Boom. So, we didn't have the hot mic at the time where you could hear what I was saying to people. That's kind of a luxury for the people that watch us on Rumble and YouTube and people that stream us on Facebook and X. So the hot mic, obviously, even in today's world, the hot mic doesn't go across terrestrial radio stations. It's just a luxury for those that watch us, on Rumble and Twitch and that kind of deal. So we're truly, it's the microphones, are dead and we can talk freely. So I go, Joe, listen, I don't know that I've ever met you, and have I upset you, or did you hear something about me, or because I've done a lot of radio interviews. I was just being straight up with him. Like I've done a lot of radio interviews, and I can't get anything out of you. Is there anything I can do to get you more engaged? And he goes, yeah. I said, okay, well, what can I do? Well, if remember, guys, back in the, early, mid to late 90s, porn was distributed through VHS tapes. That's how, Wicked and, Digital Underground and, all the porn was on VHS tapes. And these porn companies would send me, a copy of every new release they have, hoping that I would talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so back in my office, which happened to be our green room for our guests back in 98 Rock, this is circa 97, was just a couch outside of my office. That's it, down the hallway a little bit. That's where they would just sit there, a couch and a chair. Well, he was looking at, so I had on my desk like a stack of probably 50 porn titles. Big Butts Gone Wild, Black on Blondes, booty shaking Latina. I had it all. I had everything that was new and old. I had, and it was just kind of a free for all. Pete the Sports Geek and Cowhead and Manson didn't want any porn, but Spice Boy, Brent. If you wanted anything, you just asked me and I'd let you have it. I had so much of it that I could just give it away. And so he goes, now you got to understand, when they're on the tour bus back in the day, 97, when you're on the tour bus, they didn't have satellite TV. They didn't have Starlink. They didn't have all these luxuries now that these bands have when they're on the tour bus. When these bands now are on a tour bus, they can literally fire up their satellite TV. And that has like this. In my old RV when I had a race hauler, let me this satellite will has like on a gyro, and so it continually moves as you're going down the road to stay connected to the satellite.
Yeah.
So you can watch it. You literally can watch anything you want. And then with Starlink, you have internet, 500K internet. So these guys nowadays that are touring, they have the luxury of being able to. Well, back in the day in '97, you could. Everything you had to watch had to be on tape. They didn't have the Starlink. They didn't have the gyro satellite deal. So they were just watching VHS tapes all day. So Joe Walsh goes to me and he goes, I was sitting outside your office and I saw all these porno tapes. I said, yeah, we get a copy from almost every studio when something new comes out. And he goes, I'll tell you right now, if you give me 10 of them, I will blow the doors off this interview. And he had an acoustic guitar too. And I said, will you play some songs for us? He goes, absolutely. I'll play every hit you ever wanted. So, he starts lighting up. So I go, I'll tell you.
Good thing you didn't know Diddy back in the day.
Yeah. So there's
Beach Metal Detective, $10.
There's like a minute left in the stop set. I go, Joe, I'll tell you what. We got another 30 minutes to have you on, and before you leave, and before I got to hit my next stop set. After that 30 minutes, after we do our next segment, you can literally go down there and you can pick any 10 you want. I don't care. Pick, take 12. I had 50.
Yeah.
I said, Joe, take 12 if you want. I've never told this story on the air before. This is the trolls are going to really let me. Oh my God, Bubba goes back and tells old time stories. Are you kidding me? This is I've never told this story in the air.
No.
So we come back, and Joe's like, super happy, but he hadn't said anything yet because we're back on the air. So I'm like 98 Rock, Bubba the Love Sponge, Joe Walsh in the studio. Joe will be at Ruth Eckerd Hall tonight, 8 o'clock. Few tickets left. Go to Ticketmaster.com, and just all of a sudden he goes, my Maserati does 185. I lost my license, now I can't drive. And he just goes into like a 6-song superset. He does Life's Been Good to Me, Hotel California, Desperado.
Did you have to beat him off first?
Yeah,
no,
he's a horny dude.
No, I mean, he just went off.
He's just excited for the prospects of later.
12 porno tapes.
No, I mean, yeah, I couldn't even get, I wouldn't.
He's like, that'll get me here from here clear till Madison, Wisconsin.
This will get me here to Milwaukee. So,
do you know what titles he took?
So hold on. No, I don't. I have no idea. But then he signed me. I had a Dean guitar waiting, Lummy, because that's what I would do.
Yeah.
That's how I got my extensive guitar collection, is because I would have these people on the show, and then I have a guitar ready for them. And then we would get 2 signed, one for the children's auction that we used to do, remember, during the winter?
Yes.
For the children's home, we raised a couple $100,000, and they would get one. It was in my contract that if I didn't happen to get them to sign it, Mike Oliveira at the time, when they were walking out, would get them to sign it. So I got one of everything. My guitar extension, I probably have, and I'm not lying to you, I'm not trying to brag. I think you guys have all seen, I probably had the most, outside of the Hard Rock.
The IRS is listening.
That's great because the guitar collection is owned by the Bubba Radio Network with proper documentation.
Yeah, that's right, Feds.
And it's insured. It's insured, and it's owned by the Bubba Radio Network, just like the smart car is owned by the Bubba Radio Network, and the cream machine's owned by the Bubba Radio Network.
Suck that ice.
Suck that ice, bitches. About to get tips, bitches.
I know that
about to get tips, bitches.
I know we probably would have to go because it's long, but we did put up. I found the Adam West. We put it up there. Or it's up there.
It's up where?
It's up under button bar J, 3J, in yellow.
3J in yellow. Let me find it here. 3J in yellow.
That's a hell of a get.
3J in yellow. Bubba, where's it at? Got it. Oh, it's too long.
I know. That's why I wasn't sure if it was right in the beginning.
Too long. Yeah, let me just hear the.
It's the original Batman.
No classic.
The classic, the original. No. He's still pretty hip too.
Not the original, Bubba.
Who was the original?
A couple of guys in the old movies.
I feel like you're going to kick my ass with one of your gimmicks or something. Whip something out of his belt and put a spider web on me or something like that.
I got anything I need.
You live in Los Angeles now, Adam?
No, I live in the mountains of Idaho with Smokey the Bear.
No, are you serious? Is that where you live, really?
Yeah.
I talked as fast as Tim Pool back then.
I think that one's on you, Bubba.
Yeah, that one's on me. That crappy interview has nothing to do with Adam West being a dick. That has everything with me do. I think I used to drink that like.
Did you do like stackers or whatever?
Yeah,
stackers.
Yeah,
man.
I would do stackers, and then I would do some of that. Remember that
Hydroxycut?
Yeah, Hydroxycut. Yeah. And then, I'd hit it with one of those cap full of GHB.
Oh, boy.
That was legal at, legal.
GNC.
So, anyway, Joe Walsh.
The date rape drug?
Yeah, I date rape myself.
No, come on, man. Really?
No, for real?
No, I've just to jack up. Yeah, just to be jacked up and gored out of your mind. And be able to talk 5,000 miles an hour.
GHB jacked you up? I thought it jacked you down so Sebastian Janikowski could rape you.
No, I mean, I just take a sip of it. I just take a small little sip and it give me the edge. It really give me the edge. Then I want to date rape myself, which made really good radio.
Oh my goodness!
You would have loved Quaaludes back in the day, I bet.
Yeah, probably would have been a problem. so Joe Walsh, man, just goes into a 6-song set that I just turn my mic off and let him go crazy. And then afterwards, he's like, we're literally, we do a couple little interviews and talk about his favorite cities and things like that. And then he's like, okay, man, if you want to come to the concert tonight, I'll have tickets ready for you. I mean, it went from the worst interview that I'd ever had to the best interview I ever had. He was the best. So, and I have a Joe Walsh guitar as well. I don't know how we got into that, but here is the story of Norm from Cheers dying.
It's so standard to ask actors about typecasting, but the great piece of casting of you in Cheers, and every time I see you, whether it's in a
I don't know that did Norm from Cheers get a lot of work post Cheers?
No,
I don't think he did.
Commercial or in a movie or any place I see you now, I see you.
And here it is. This is a famous interviewer from ABC. I don't know who it is, but he was famous back in the day, and he even admits, when I see you in something outside of Cheers, I can't take you seriously. You're Norm.
In that bar, and I would suspect that can be a problem for you. I mean, you expect Normie every time you see it.
Yeah, well, I did a great deal of preparation for that role. It was a lifetime.
Live the part.
Yeah, yeah. So it would seem natural that I would come off as as Norm.
Yeah.
But actually, I did put on like 75 pounds for the role, much like Robert De Niro did for Raging Bull.
I know. Well, you have to make.
You just didn't take it off. Oh. Let me be interested. Google who was the highest paid actor on Cheers. Probably Ted Danson.
But the great piece of casting of you in Cheers, and every time I see you, whether it's
Ted Danson, $450,000 per episode.
$450,000, and that was back in what was the 80s?
82 to 93.
Ooh,
was Cheers.
Let me do some words. I'll return with this, and
He made $45 million. George Wendt did for his Cheers.
Oh wow!
Who did?
He made Ted Danson #1 80, Real Perman, whatever the hell her name is. Yeah, $50 million. Cliff Clavin, the postman guy, $80 million, and George Wendt $45 million.
Hold on, the postman gimmick made $80 million.
Yeah.
How much did Kirstie Alley make?
$40 million.
For the whole run.
Yeah, but you remember she came in late
how many years did Cheers run?
11. 11 seasons.
11. Woody Harrelson made. What he make?
That was his first little bit of
$65 million.
Yeah, well, still.
Kelsey Grammer was $60 million.
God, think about how much Kelsey Grammer. Let me ask. Alexa, good morning. Good morning, Alexa.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Well, yeah, me telling you good morning, bitch. You can't comprehend that. How stupid are you? You retarded?
Oh.
I
think she quit.
I think she did. She put her notice in.
I think after that one.
Yeah.
She's woke.
You listen about Kelsey Grammer?
Oh yeah. Hey Alexa, what is Kelsey Grammer's personal wealth, net wealth?
From CelebrityNetWorth.com. Kelsey Grammer is an actor, comedian, television producer, director, and writer who has a net worth of $80 million.
No way. No way. Frasier, like Tuttle said, was one of the longest running shows back in the day, and I heard towards the latter part of Frasier, he was making like a mil an episode.
Didn't he get a couple of divorces?
Yeah, that'll take you right down to 0.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's had
unless you have one of my prenups.
He's had 3 divorces, 4 wives.
Yeah, it's done. You're done.
7 kids.
Oh my God! So now you have divorce. You got, and so when you get divorced and your wife comes up with this like alimony gimmick, and then because they convince the court, or they get this big slinging D attorney that convinces the judge that the woman needs to be able to live the life she's accustomed to. So now you got alimony, $20,000, $30,000 a month alimony, then throw in a little kid, and now you got child support. Yeah, I can see where
he gave $30 million to his third wife.
Oh,
the one that was on the Real Housewives.
Can you imagine that you got $30 million to be somebody's significant other? $30 million. I mean,
don't they deserve it though for having like bang him and stuff?
Deserve it?
I thought it's for all the work. They had to put in over the years.
What are you, Linda Hogan?
Yeah. Think did you develop the brand just by spreading your legs and letting Kelsey pump you? Did you establish his brand? Did you show up every day on the set and put the hours in? Did you?
Dude, if you and Merch Crick get a split, I think she deserves $30 million. Now I don't know how she would get it, but she deserves
it. Merch Crick split. She better watch out. She's got more money than me. I'll take her to the cleaners.
Probably the best.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Was the shooting yesterday in Vegas?
No, it was not. It looks like there's just more reports coming out. It was over the weekend.
Okay.
I guess they just started releasing a ton of shit on it. The cop, they do show the cop, because he runs out of the gym and the cop takes him right out with it, and you see it on the body cam. I sent it to you. It's just actually kind of, the cop was in perfect position. Point blank. What's up, everybody?
Yes, one might say. Big drama out of the WNBA this weekend with Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese at the Fever Sky game. What are the next big drama?
What's up, Long Bomb? Thank you, Seth Wiley. Matt Hoxie.
I gotta give me some PayPal. Snook Slayer, $50 in the PayPal. Snook Slayer. What the fuck? Snook Slayer must be fucking getting some money. Snook Slayer, $50.
Yes, Sniz, the
PayPal Willie, Sniz Hook Slither.
From around the corner.
Thank you, Sniz Hook Liz there. Sniz.
Dr. Dan's crushed cigarette pack. I'm gonna call you the police. Good morning.
Thanks to the Opera browser, our sponsor, this is easily the most organized buying section I've ever done. Oh, wait a sec.
I love the fact that WNBA has this exciting rivalry. I hate the fact that
I'm just trying to find other stuff, Seth, people kind of editorializing about this deal.
Yeah, there's a lot.
All right, so I'm gonna do the flag football gimmick, which will be a great talk. Then I'm gonna do this fucking kid, just troubled kid stabbing gimmick, and then I'm gonna tease that we're gonna do the Las Vegas shooter gimmick, and we'll go into words.
Did you see that new video I sent you?
No, let me find.
Show the cop.
Let me find it, lover.
All right.
All right. So is this it right here?
Yeah, the X one.
Oh, okay, perfect. Perfect, thank you. So we'll tease that because we'll be good.
Doug Harrington, 38 months.
I just don't understand why Angel Reese is just trying to make this a fucking...
Interesting Reese is.
Like, is she that jealous of...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Rumble, YouTube, X, Facebook, Twitch, where you can watch the show actually live. All of that is simply at, the domain would be at the Bubba Army. Pretty much everything we got is at the Bubba Army, Instagram included. If you want to get some, of our old shows and our old archives dating back, in some cases, 20, 30 years from when I was on 98 Rock, Sirius XM, Cox, Beasley, Howard 101. Are we finding some Power Pig stuff in there at all?
Beach Metal Detectives, $10. Yes, we have some clips, some Power Pig stuff going up there.
BubbaArmyHQ.com. BubbaArmyHQ.com. There's 2 different levels of memberships. One allows you to stream all of our archived stuff. The other one allows you to download. I mean, we used to have Tucker Carlson on every Tuesday for 6 or 7 years. We have an extensive Hulk Hogan collection. We probably have the most extensive Hulk Hogan interview collection in the world. I mean, right? I mean, who has more interviews or who has more on-air content time than us with him? Nobody.
And there's more coming up on the 98 Rock stuff.
Oh, did you find? Yeah, those.
Well, the 98 Rock stuff. There's some
Are you finding some really hidden gems in there?
Some. A lot of times you just called to you guys just called to set up your schedule for
just
the
to
day.
be gay for each other.
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? You want to go on the jet skis, or you want to go on the boat, or
I know,
you want to go on
when
the
you do
gym?
find a hidden gem,
Yeah,
when you
of
do,
course.
I hope make sure you get it right to Gary.
It's been getting there. Like when he quit WWE for the first time, we put it up there and stuff like that.
Hopefully Gary, did all of his magic, and we can catch an algo.
Oh, of course.
We need to catch an algo. We haven't caught an algo in a while.
I'm trying to find when Macho used to call the show more.
Oh yeah,
he used to call back in the day. I think for a year or two.
He did.
Yeah. We have a couple where
That's
he was
what
your
probably
friend, and he warned you about Hogan.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to find that. So, Seth, is this now is it Los Angeles Olympic Games 2028? Obviously, the Olympic Games are going to be in Los Angeles in 2028. We know that. And I think that they're starting, they got some stupid sports in there. Remember they had breakdancing last time, and some girl went out there and did a little stupid robot deal. And
you're talking about Ray Gun.
Yeah. So
yeah, her life's been destroyed since that moment.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
The trolls got her?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The trolls will get you.
Well, she was being serious, apparently, so that meant a lot to her.
Mm-hmm. She probably played it differently and said I was just ribbing, do you think that it might have worked out better for her?
Man, I don't, Bubba, I don't know. I didn't have any, I didn't have any, and I still don't have any, notions of how breakdancing should or will play out in the future. I feel like.
Did it make the cut for 28 or because of all the controversy?
I don't know.
Because of all the controversy within it, they may have said, listen, this is not for us.
It's gone.
It's gone? Okay.
Yeah, and there's a big controversy about this. So her husband, who is also a breakdancer, is a part of the breakdancing committee of Australia. And there was a couple of other girls that scored higher than her, but he was able to call in blow in some favors.
Oh, wow. Somebody's mentioning that we should, do we have the Grandpa Munster Hogan? Do we have that up? Remember, we had Grandpa Munster on, And then Hogan called in and started getting heat with Grandpa Munster and said that he probably needs to suck the cheese out of his dentures. Do you remember that? And then Grandpa Munster got mad at me and said,
"I told you that's why you're still in Tampa.
That you're a nobody. You're no good. That's why you're doing radio in Tampa."
Yep.
Do we have that?
Yeah. That's why it's up on Bubba Army HQ.
Oh, it is. It is
Yes.
up. Oh, fantastic. So it looks like a sport that they're going to put in for the 2028 games of Los Angeles is flag football. And yesterday, ESPN sources a vote to allow NFL players to participate in flag football for the first time during the 28 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles is expected to pass today at the league meetings in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Nothing is official yet, but as one source said about today's vote, Olympics should be easy. So my question is...
It did pass.
Okay, so it did. So my question is this. Is this going to be much like, American football, which flag football is based off of, just less the tackling. It's just pretty much running routes and passing the ball is what flag football is. I think does flag football have very many running plays? It's pretty much just a 7-on-7 passing deal, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can rush the quarterback there's all types of variations within flag football, but it's my understanding that, American flag football's, modeled after American football. We, as Americans, one sport we invented was football. Not football the way they describe football in England. Football in England and most of the world, football is considered what we call soccer. But yes. American football is our jam. And I also think we invented baseball. And I also think we invented basketball.
Basketball is Canadian.
All right. So
Nice.
Canadian basketball was invented in Canada?
Yeah, James
Naismith.
Okay.
Close enough.
But baseball and football, that's our jam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I also think that the NFL has
never mind. They're saying America was not invented, or baseball was not invented in America.
It wasn't?
According to this article, it was Canada.
Canada again.
Yeah.
Wow, those Canadians. And they probably invented hockey, I'm assuming.
Now I see why Trump wants to make them the 51st state.
Yeah, so we can say we invented these two sports.
I'm seeing the issues now.
I just want to let you know, the only reason I'm trying to get Canada as the 51st state is so that we can say we invented hockey, we invented
football, baseball, basketball.
Yes, the Canadians, I don't care about the natural resources or anything like that. I just care about the fact that we should be able to brag that we invented basketball and we invented hockey. Yes, very much, very important. Lord Stanley would want it that way. Yes, he would.
But if you want to go off of what we think, it was invented in New York, so in 1839.
Right. So anyway, football. I know. Listen, we can argue about the regular sports, but we're talking about football now, and I know for a fact there's nobody that can claim that they didn't. We invented football. And I think the National Football League, as we know it, the probably most success. I don't know if they're more successful than F1 or Major League Soccer, but with regards to America, the NFL is the largest sanctioning, most profitable, successful sanctioning body by a multiplier of 5. You know what I'm saying?
And still trying to take over the world.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is the most talented football players, which is what flag football is, the people that are going to play for the American team looks like are going to be, the elite of the NFL, right? I mean, you're going to get they'll have the elite. They'll have it's probably going to be Mahomes. I mean, you could sit here and go through who it could potentially be. I don't know the rules of it, so we probably can't. But we know they're going to have wide receivers and quarterbacks. We know that.
You can only have one player per NFL team.
Okay. So the Chiefs, You know who's going to be the quarterback.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, Bubba, if I'm the GM and the owner of the Chiefs, I'm going to sit down and have a conversation with my $500 million quarterback, my franchise, and I'm just going to express to him how I feel about him going to play flag football and potentially blowing out an Achilles or a knee.
And do you know what?
And not being available. I'm just going to have that conversation with them.
I know you're going to have that conversation. Then you're going to have a conversation with your comptroller, and what you're also going to do? You're going to call the Lords of London, and you're going to put an insurance policy on his contract, and then they're gonna charge you just a couple $1,000,000 or just some pocket change that you have, and you're gonna guarantee you're gonna put an insurance policy on him, and if he would tweak himself, you would actually make more money than if he didn't. Now, granted, that's not gonna take you to the Super Bowl,
right?
But you're not gonna lose any money. But so what I'm saying is, it's gonna be kind of interesting to see that process of what Seth just talked about. Meaning, like, okay, there's no, like, you got arguably what are the best wide receivers? The Metcalf. Who's the best wide receivers? Justin Jefferson for the Vikings by far. How about Tyreek Hill? Yes, because flag football is all about speed and separation. Because there is no contact. Like, there's no tackling. So Tyreek being a little undersized, his speed. But here's what I'm saying is, so the American football is, the National Football League, if there's some dude in England or there's some dude, they'll find you and put you, but see, you wouldn't, if we do, I really don't know of too many NFL teams that have any foreigners on there. Maybe kickers.
No, there's not. Yeah, no, that's why people love it so much, Bubba.
Right.
There's not a lot of foreigners in there.
Right.
Not a lot of Jeans in football.
Not a lot of. Yeah, right. And so it's a very. Not only is it a sport that we invented, but it's a sport that pretty much is, the participants are American.
But this is a wrap. This is the 92 Dream Team.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who? Like,
you could send a bunch of 6th-round picks, I think, and unless there's a country that specializes in pulling flags off, and not necessarily the game of flag football, but they know how to pull flags off, which I think is the only thing.
But I mean, you got to, in order to pull Tyreek Hill's flag, you have to have a guy that's as fast as him and knows, a cornerback or safety type skill sets. And I don't know that any other country has any sports that can emulate that, where you could keep up with Tyreek Hill. A fast guy, you could have you can find a guy in Niger or the Congo or whatever, Jamaica that's as fast.
Usain Bolt could play for Jamaica.
Yeah, but see, they don't know. They're fast one way, straight. They don't know how to cut. They don't know how to. They don't know the skill set of being a cornerback. So what I'm saying is, like, one, it's going to be interesting to see what the team general managers and owners allow who to participate. Like, what if Patrick Mahomes is like, listen, I've got to represent, and this is the first time that a lot of these guys only may have this 1 4-year window to make it.
Oh yeah, it's been their dream to play in the flag football Olympics.
But it might be their dream to represent their country and get a gold medal when they, because they've been a football player, they've never had this opportunity because it's not basketball, it's not baseball, it's not soccer, it's not ice skating, it's not gymnastic, it's not running, it's not pole vaulting, it's not shot putting. Football has never been, in any form of football, has never been considered to be a sport in the Olympics. And so I think, in my opinion, Seth, that you're going to have guys really, really, really,
Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill,
you're going to have.
Jalen Hurts.
I think you're going to have.
They want to play.
I'm sorry. Who now? Say it again.
Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, and Jalen Hurts have come out and said they want to play.
So you're going to have the upper echelon players wanting to play because they're representing their country. They want to get that gold medal. They want, their branding. I mean, think how good it would be for their branding. Olympic gold medalist as well. I mean, that's something that, they never, most football players, you progress through, okay, your first large accomplishment would be in the high school level to win a state championship. as you're growing up, this is the progression of rewarding and validating yourself. And that would be to win a state championship. Then you go on to college, and your next thing would be to win a national championship or, the Heisman, something like that. Then you go on to the NFL, and you're like, okay, I want to win the Super Bowl and get the ring. After you've accomplished, and there are some people, I'm assuming there are some people that have accomplished all of that, right?
Yeah.
You probably got to start with. You probably start with all Heisman Trophy winners, and you go on and say, out of all the Heisman Trophy winners, how many of them went on to win a Super Bowl? Well, that cuts a certain amount of them out. And then how many of them went on to win? How many also won a national championship in college and a high school championship in high school? It'd be interesting to see that stat, wouldn't it?
Does Tom Brady come out of retirement?
No.
Dude, Michael Vick could play. I mean,
now let me. What did you send
me? This is what the NFL put out the show. I guess this is their world championship and just how.
It's all passing. It's literally 5 on 5.
But we already have guys that apparently play for the country, and they're about to get whoosh to the side.
All right, so so it looks like they've made the field way narrower.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I don't know if this guy's going to rush the quarterback or not.
He gets to rush the quarterback.
Is this an example of?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Split second away from breaking that up. Here's Doucette with his reply. Throwing.
That's what it's going to be like right there. That's what the
like we're already doing it.
Now, were these guys just regular? Were these guys NFL players, or were these just some guys that played for
These were like college guys,
like Rice?
Yeah, like
Rice. This guy played Rice and Ball State, and
they're playing against Australia.
Yeah,
guys.
This is the Australian national team, the best Australia's got, and this is Ball State and Indiana State's practice squad, right?
Yes.
Second away from breaking that up. Here's Doucette with his reply. Throwing deep.
Now, can you imagine what the separation Tyreek Hill would have had? Now what's the field look like? It looks like it's 10-20. So it's only let me see, 10, 20, 30. If it's 50 yards. It's a 50-yard field that looks to be half the width of a normal football field, right?
Yes.
Throwing deep.
I got news for you. This guy from Australia
just got burned.
What?
Throwing deep, throwing complete, easy, and hitting high.
And the third-string quarterback from Ball State just beat the best cornerback in the entire country of Australia.
I guess it's Austria, by the way, but
same
into the end zone.
And it looks like the United States has won the 6 of the last 7 medal games.
With no-name college players.
Have they ever lost?
Yeah, they lost one time. With no name.
They lost to Austria in 12.
And with no-name college players. Hold on.
Had all kinds of space, but that ball was delivered.
And these are a bunch of no-name dudes.
I say let the guys keep their sport, man.
Here you go. Watch this.
The speed, and you know what? He's played with Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech before, so he knows to catch some balls.
So the guy that caught the ball was a wide receiver at Texas Tech when Patrick Mahomes was there.
Like this.
This guy, it might as well be me. That might as well be Seth Kushner out there guarding that dude. Look.
Why don't you just get a really tall tight end as well, too? Nobody else is going to be able to.
They're going to have who are the best tight ends in the league? Travis Kelce.
Yeah, but then obviously Patrick Mahomes couldn't play.
Yeah, you only get one.
So how about the kid from San Francisco, Kittle?
Yeah.
All right. There you go. There's your tight end. And then they it looks like does the guy that goes out. It looks like the guy they don't even. I don't think you can block. I don't think there's any contact at all. So you got a rusher. I mean, do we put in who do we put in as our? I mean, who's the best pass rusher in the entire NFL. The kid from Cleveland, Mason
Myles Garrett.
Yeah,
but you don't want a big guy.
Yeah,
you want a big fast guy with big tall arms. Who's that? J.J. Watt? Is it who?
He's a little older right now.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt.
How about the kid? How about the kid from the Lions?
Hutchinson. Yeah.
I mean, that's your rusher, dude.
I'd probably take Micah Parsons and let him play offense. I mean, but why do we even need it? I mean, I get letting NFL guys play, but this could be won by a group of guys at the YMCA.
Yeah, but it's at the quarterback that just do that. I think he looks like he has 4 gold medals. He went to the Xavier University of Louisiana, where he won 2 intramural flag football championships and was on the bowling team. And it looks like he has a couple gold medals in the World Games.
The guy.
Is that bad or is that good?
That's bad for the rest of the country.
We got taken off the big box. We're now Ancillary Willie. Only 1 hour today. It's all right. It ebbs and flows, right?
Yeah, we might be back on there.
We might be back on later.
That's right.
So anyway, yeah. So the guy that threw that, who kind of looked like Michael Vick, was also on the bowling team. What university?
Xavier University of Louisiana.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He's on the intramural flag football team.
It's going to be. I will tell you this, Seth. It will be a game. It will be a game in the Olympics that I won't miss.
Baseball's back too.
And here's the deal, Seth. Whatever network or God, you got to think that the Olympic Committee is just not going to give the Olympics to one network. They're going to.
It's NBC gets it.
No, I know, but they'll probably historically NBC gets it, but they'll probably fragment it into a streaming deal.
Peacock.
Well, I mean, Peacock will be the NBC rub, but they'll probably fragment it off, and give maybe, unless NBC steps way up.
Well, they pay
because here's the deal. I mean,
billion.
the viewership of just flag football is going to be 100,000 times more than the viewership of breakdancing that they had last time.
Yeah.
So we're replacing breakdancing with the best of the NFL and a 5-on-5 flag football. Everybody's going to watch that. Nobody watched breakdancing. Everybody's going to watch flag football, which is going to put viewership through the roof, which is going to put advertising dollars through the roof. Everybody wins.
Looks like in 20, they got the deal for $2.5 billion for the exclusive rights on US NBC Universal. So everything
for 2028.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they'll take it, and what they'll do is they'll put it on NBC. They'll put a lot of it on NBC, but like during the day and stuff, all the primetime stuff will be like at 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 o'clock. Lummy at night, they'll have that exclusively on NBC. But then like through the overnight and during the day, they'll probably have it on Peacock or Paramount, where you have to go over there and watch it.
Yep.
So if you wanted to watch, skateboarding at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, NBC's not going to have it on their network. They'll have it on their streaming services or their ancillary channels.
Yes.
What's great though is that this will be like the first Olympics in quite some time where we're going to get everything live. If you remember, the ones that we've all gotten lately have been tape delayed. So the viewership.
Oh yeah, because they were at a different time zone. So what was the last one? London?
Japan.
Was it Japan? I thought it was France.
No, France, then Japan.
Yeah, that was Paris.
Yeah, and so they would tape delay live it, but that wasn't really live. Well, but so now we'll get the Olympics. I'm excited.
I just want to say I don't think they're going to completely get rid of every single player that's been doing this and has experience and just put NFL guys in there.
I do. I mean, I guess we don't know yet, but that's where I disagree with you. Is I think they're going to load it up with the most sexiest talent, so that everybody watches.
Will our pros be able to play baseball, because baseball's back too in 28?
I think so.
I hope not.
Well, that's in the middle of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The Dominicans are going to win. Along with
even if we had
Cuba.
hold on, even if we had the American players play, you're saying the Dominican Republic and Cuba would
Japan.
They would beat us.
Yes.
They're better at baseball than us.
Yes.
Well, the Dominicans,
our Mike Judge, our judge, and our, I guess, that's it.
Didn't Japan win the last World Baseball Classic?
I
remember Ohtani struck out Mike Trout.
Yeah. Japan.
Is Ohtani ever going to start pitching again? I heard that he's already been. I heard a rumor. I saw an article a few days ago that he has been pitching, like practice pitching. And that he, could potentially pitch by midseason this year, but they may not. Now, will they eventually? Will he eventually pitch again, or is he never going to pitch again?
I think he likes it too much.
Yeah, I think he'll pitch again.
Seth, what do you think? Will Ohtani pitch?
Absolutely.
Yeah. When I return, this kid, troubled teen, stabs man 113 times at a Bartow group. How do you stab? Don't they say that stabbing is the most personal way to kill somebody, and you only kill somebody through stabbing if you have some type of personal connection, or like a sexual, or I don't know, but you usually don't kill somebody stabbing wise, or you don't go over the top. Like if stab buddy, like somebody, if you're just trying to kill him, and the only way you have is a knife, you stab him like 3 or 4 times to kill him. But you go absolutely bat crap crazy when you go, like 113 times. That means that there's something that there's some kind of personal connection or something like that. I've seen that. Have you guys seen that before?
Yeah, because you almost like you're looking at him while he's stabbing you.
Oh my God! I don't know that I mean, yeah, there's some people I could stab.
113 times?
Yeah, there's probably. Can
we name those people next?
Oh no!
Can we guess them?
Seth goes next.
Can we guess them?
No.
I think we all could guess 3.
No.
Guess 3?
No.
It's a new game sweeping the nation. Who does Bubba want to stab?
Yeah. Who does your boss or co-host want to stab? No, I think we cover the story about this troubled teen, and we don't talk about necessarily who I want to stab 113 times. In fact, I don't want to stab anybody 113 times.
You want to stab them 200 times.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
When we come back.
Hey Scott, how's it going?
Did you get primetime toys? Lummy?
I'm sorry,
I'm on the phone, sir.
It's Scout and Bingo.
Did you get primetime?
Yes.
Okay.
Big time primetime toys. I've got cash up. Yeah, you want to read back in the break here, Scott. You want to talk about it? You don't want to talk? No favor. I will talk to Scout. Tell you what you're doing. All right, hold on.
That was Scout and Bagel?
Yeah.
Everything cool?
Yeah, well, she wanted to talk about the. She didn't want to go backwards on the cheers, but she wanted to talk about real quick the Olympics too and softball. You're a nice little check-in from Scout. Hall of Famer. T-shirt well 25. J314 bike board, 87 months. What's up, Bulldog Tommy? Oh, really, Samson? That's pretty cool. What's up, Iggy McGillicuddy?
Is the Dominican better than Venezuela, Puerto Rico? I mean, there's...
Technically, yes, because with Venezuela...
Cuba.
Yeah, what was it? 2020 was Japan, U.S., and the Dominican, I believe it was, for the three.
I feel like Japan's pretty safely surpassed every country in baseball.
The Dominican's pretty strong.
No, it's always been strong. I just feel like Japan has...
Oh, yeah, they got they're dominant.
I mean, because we're getting one or two massive players from Japan every year over here.
Japan plays the old school baseball way.
What's the old school baseball way?
Kind of just small ball.
Oh, is that how they do it?
Yeah. Haven't you watched Mr. Baseball from the 80s with Tom
Yeah,
Selleck?
but like, Hideki Matsui was, he was a masher.
Yeah, but he was the Babe Ruth though.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it now, like a lot of the Dominican guy, the way the Dominicans play baseball compared to the Japanese is like night and day. Plus, I think the Dominicans, they age out too early because they lie about their age so easy.
Well, there's not an age limit for the Olympics, right?
No, I'm just saying, like, the guys that say they're, like, 26 in Dominican are
Oh, yeah.
38. It's kind of crazy, though, that Cuba's got 3 gold medals.
I know, Cuba's good, man. They were putting out a lot of great players for a while.
Yeah. Castro.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, now back to the front. Back to the big box Willie, front page Jones.
That's right.
Love you, Rumble. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 813-90-BUBBA. 813-90-BUBBA. The phone lines if you'd like to call into the show. Scout and Big Gulp on the phone lines. If you're not familiar with Scout and Big Gulp, they are a lesbian married trucking crew. Is that a pretty good description? With Scout, is this Scout or Big Gulp?
It's Scout, Bubba.
Yeah, would that be a pretty fair description? You guys are a married lesbian trucking tandem.
Yep, that's it. We're a trucking team, 26 years.
One, and boy, they make the money because that truck never stops rolling. When one's driving, one's sleeping, and then when one's sleeping, one's driving. Like that truck does not stop except for fuel, and when they're finally at their destination to back it right on in, drop it off, and then grab something else, grab it and go. Now,
we're just over 6,800 miles a week is what we turn.
6,800 miles a week. You guys got to be rich.
Sir.
You guys have got to be rich as hell.
I wouldn't be out here doing it if it didn't make sense.
Yeah, and now they're paying. I heard that truckers are even getting more because all these lazy Gen Zers don't want to go out and get their CDL and don't want to do what it takes to be a successful trucker, and that experienced, million and 2 million mile truckers like yourself and your wife are, really, really in high demand and, getting, and they're paying you a little bit more to stay on. Is that true?
Well, things are really screwy because of COVID. So you had stuff not getting into the country, so freight was low even though supply was high because people had money from the government. But getting stuff into the country and offloaded off the boats and whatnot. So freight was funky then. And then you had where people all of a sudden now for 2 years couldn't go anywhere, so they were spending all their money to buy stuff because they couldn't go anywhere. Then once the country opened up, people stopped buying stuff and they started going to concerts and they went on vacation. So freight prices plummeted because nobody was buying anything. So even though we had product to put on the shelves, nobody was buying anything.
So at the end of the
that
day,
really messed up
at the end of the day,
prices for the truck drivers.
So at the end of the day, it has a lot to do with supply and demand, and as to what materials need to get from point A to point B. You can be the best trucker in the world, but if they don't got a load for you, you ain't got nothing to drive, right?
Exactly. So I can't tell you how many. A trucking company can be one guy in his truck. It can be a guy who owns 10 trucks and has 10 drivers, and it could be somebody as big as some of these big companies, where they have 10,000 trucks.
Right.
And the amount of small trucking companies that have went out of business in the last 4 years, that number it's staggering.
Is it tough?
So,
is it tough nowadays for a guy that just a guy that's got his own truck? Is it tough for that guy to make a living nowadays?
Super tough. I mean, the freight prices are so bad that even the big companies that can eat some of that cost and they have other investments and whatnot, they're hurting. I mean, they're losing money. And so unless you have like set contracts, like JB Hunt set themselves up, 20 years ago, really good with the railroad. They cut a deal with the railroad to haul their freight once it gets to the rail yards. And JB Hunt is the railroads have actually taken JB Hunt to court 3 times to try and get out of that contract. And the judges keep saying, no, it's a good contract. You can't, just because freight prices got this wonky, that's your own fault. You cut a bad deal.
Right.
So JB Hunt really is the only company that isn't. I mean, there are other companies that have set themselves up and doing well, but as far as the over-the-road prospect, and freight's changed. There's warehouses now in every state. So the long-haul freight that went coast to coast, now it only goes halfway across country because it just goes to another big warehouse where it gets broke down. So the industry's changed a lot in the 26 years we've been out here. The demand and what people want is just different. You want your stuff. You want to hit that Amazon button, and you want that stuff same day on your door, which means Amazon has to have a warehouse all over the place so that stuff can be grabbed off a shelf and sent to your house the same day.
Right.
So, it's just the industry's changed a lot. And autonomous trucking, it's coming. There are trucks out here that are self-driving now, so things are changing.
Is there is there really trucks that are driving themselves right now?
Yes. There has to be a driver in the seat with his hands ready to grab the wheel at all times. They haven't set them loose on their own because there are aspects that they haven't yet figured out. So if a truck gets a flat tire and you pull over to the shoulder of the road, DOT says within 5 minutes you have to have cones out so nobody hits the back end of that truck and causes an accident. Well, if there's no driver in the truck, who's going to get out and put out cones?
Right.
Who's gonna fuel it? Who's going to unhook? Who's going to open the doors? Who's going to handle the paperwork? But that's where the industry is looking at what's coming down the future, and they're saying, it's a good 20 years out for some of it, but like a lane haul, from the outskirts of one big city where the freight could go from like a yard on the outskirts of one big city to like the outskirts of another big city to a yard, an autonomous truck could do that.
Right.
So there will be more go home every night kind of jobs because they're still going to need a driver then to take it into the city and deal with the stuff. So the long haul aspect of it is becoming less and less, which is what Big Gulp and I do.
Right. So you wanted. I think you had a couple of retro topics that you wanted to speak about real fast.
Yeah. So you forgot about Jay Thomas being on Cheers, former radio guy and actor.
Yeah. But I don't. Was he a regular?
Oh yeah, for like maybe a couple seasons. He was married to Carla, so yeah, he was on there a couple seasons, and then you guys forgot all about softball. You put over baseball, flag football. Us lesbians, we're all about the softball, bro.
Oh,
in fact, we're going to go. We're going to the Olympics for that.
That's right. You guys are actually going to go to L.A. so that you can watch hot chicks, hit balls out.
Swing that ball at 77 miles an hour. Hell yeah.
So as a lesbian, your favorite, I guess it goes with the stereotype. As a lesbian, your favorite sport is softball.
Well, Big Gulp played it in high school. She played a little bit in college. She played before she was on the road. She played in some adult leagues. I mean, it's her passion. I go because I just like watching the ladies run around. But yeah, no, it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go. Where a big deal too is to get to Oklahoma for the softball World Series. That's on the bucket list of things we're checking off while we're out here on the road.
Will you and your wife that go to a softball game and see some hot athletic girls playing, softball? Do you guys look at her and be like, do you guys talk like guys do? Because like if I was with Lummy and a girl walked up and she had a nice ass, nice bear, and I go, Lummy, look at her. Look at the donkey on her. Oh my God. Do you guys do the same thing?
We used to when we were younger, but now we both feel creepy about it because we're at an age. We just found out we're going to be grandmas. Our oldest is pregnant.
Oh,
so
congrats!
We're just slightly feeling different about certain things, and it happened a while ago. Even the last time we went to BARP, and then we went to the dollhouse afterwards. I got a little bit of a creepy factor about myself.
Grannies can be horny too,
Yeah, grannies can be horny too, and grannies can be young too.
Oh, Big Oak will tell you, I'm plenty horny. That's not the problem. It's just age-appropriate horniness.
Right, you just, but like, I guess we can verify the fact that, it's been stereotypical that lesbians are more, tend to be attracted to softball. That's a softball jam, if you will. So, you being a lesbian married to a woman, I guess you can verify in fact that, lesbians love softball. Now, do lesbians play? Now, are the girls that play softball lesbian or?
It's a mix. I mean, it's a stereotype that all players are lesbian. I mean, it really is a mix. I wouldn't even say it's a 50-50 mix. It's probably like, I don't know, maybe. It's probably less than half are actually lesbians. But it's just they're athletic chicks and they're just fun to watch. It's like smart chicks. A smart chick doesn't have to have super hot to be super attractive. Her being intelligent. That's where guys and girls are different, man.
Yeah, you girls can put some credence in the intellect, but us guys like some nice T's and A's, and we'll take a dumb chick with a really, really smoking ass body that gives good oral any day over some chick that can tell me
I don't want nothing to do with her.
What's that now?
If I can't talk to her, I don't want nothing to do with her.
See, that's completely opposite of us. We just want to have the hottest available piece of ass beside us, and talking is really not really even in the equation. I mean, if we're to be honest, listen, I don't want to talk. No, I want to blast.
That's it. Men are more visual. We're wired differently. I get it.
All right. Well, listen, Scout, love you, my friend. We appreciate all that you do. And, of course, now listen, are you guys coming to BARP this year?
That's the plan.
Okay.
That's the plan. Unless something happens with our daughter and the grandchild to be, that's the plan.
All right. When's the baby due?
In November.
Oh, okay. So you guys should, be out of the woods with regard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baby should be nearly 2 months old by the time BARP runs around.
Right.
Okay.
So that's the big plan, is to come on out
BARP's just not the same without our touchy-feely lesbians in the house. It's just not.
It took me about 2 months after Gary Cantrell put up the BARP video to sit down and watch it, because I was so sad that we weren't there. So I had BARP remorse like crazy. I couldn't bring myself to watch it. And I finally did, and it was good. And I watched some of the live stream, actually, that they did this past year, and that was fun. But, yeah, it was a little rough to sit and watch and miss everybody.
All right, my friend. Be safe on the road, okay, girls?
We'll do. Talk soon.
Appreciate it. Thank you. They've been with this show, what?
Since your XM days.
Yeah.
XM Road Dog, I think it was, right?
Exactly.
My next 10 meat review is sponsored by Scout and Big Gulp. They sent me a bunch of products.
Really? Mark from Tarpon, I believe he sent his package Monday or Tuesday. He has 24 items in there. And I've seen every one of them. Good luck, Tuttle.
Tuttle does a canned meat review that is exclusively on our YouTube channel, which is at The Bubba Army. And he eats sardines and just the most grossest stuff, like non-refrigerated canned room temperature meat. I can't sardines and eel and all the stuff that he eats is I can't think of anything that would make me throw up faster than that. He's a big fan of it to the point where we've made it a staple within our YouTube's content.
I want to be respectful to you and your hatred of mustard. Can I review sardines and mustard?
Yes, I'm not. Yes, as long as it's not. As long as it's not in the building.
Okay, all right.
Let me Napa Mike $100 on the PayPal. $100 in the PayPal. Yes, Tunnel outside the building. I don't care about mustard and the stuff that I don't allow in the building and hate. You can do whatever you want, my friend.
All right. I just didn't know if it would discuss you.
Do we have episode 2 yet?
I'm filming this weekend. I had to wait till I got a cameraman. So
listen. There was a huge. Not a huge. Was there anybody killed?
At the Vegas?
At the Vegas shoot?
One, and then the guy shot 24 more times in his gun jammed.
Yeah. So this guy walks into a gym. So that we're really on time, Lummy. Plus, I got something to do. I got to run upstairs and grab something. But a guy, this is the information that we know from Las Vegas media and the Metro Police and the body cam footage that we have. The guy's dead, but the guy walks in with looks like to be a shotgun into a gym. Now, was it like a public open YMCA gym, or was it
like an LA Fitness kind of gym?
Okay,
but not an LA Fitness. But
not a gym as in like a basketball gym, but more like a fitness gym.
Yes.
Okay, so he walks into like a fitness gym with a shotgun. He killed.
No, he had an automatic or like a semi-automatic rifle.
Oh, like an AR-15, something like that. Okay, and he blew off 28 rounds? They're saying
24.
And killed one.
Yes.
Not a very good shot.
It jammed on him.
It jammed. Thank God it jammed. Then I think he went out, opened the door, I guess to look around or something, and I guess the cops smoked him.
Yeah, right around the corner.
Right, yeah. So we'll get into that. We're also going to get into the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark stuff. We'll get into that when we return as well. That's an absolute crap show. I mean, they're turning. I don't know. Is there Angel Reese that's driving all of this, Seth, or is it just everybody who's got an opinion about what happened?
It's the media.
Okay,
that's driving it. I mean,
now Dave Portnoy's involved and blamed, right? They're blaming.
Well, it's there. You got races involved. It's a topic for everybody now. It's outside of just basketball and sports. It's now a topic that everybody can discuss because
can't you bitches get along? We never had this with Bird and Magic. We never had this with we don't have this in the NBA. We don't have this with LeBron and the kid from the Joker from Denver. We don't have this. We don't seem to have this racial tension in the NBA. Why are these bitches doing this? That's what's going to keep this league down is stuff like this.
I don't think there's racial stuff that's happening between the two women. I think it's being put on from the outside. They accused. They said that they were making monkey noises at Angel Reese at the game last weekend. That WNBA is investigating that.
And Portnoy and everybody is chiming in on the deal,
well,
right?
I guess they blame Portnoy, and he's saying that he did it. And
now hasn't Angel Reese kind of fueled the fire a little bit here, or is she trying to toe the corporate WNBA line?
I don't think that Angel Reese has said anything racial ever. I mean, I think people were trying to figure out why she dislikes Caitlin Clark, and maybe they've come to that as part of the conclusion. But I don't believe I've ever heard her say anything. She is just wanted to put herself right next to Caitlin Clark as far as all of the attention that the WNBA has gotten over the last year and a half.
She's trying. I think it would be. I think you'd be honest. You wouldn't be necessarily out of line by saying she is jealous of Caitlin Clark, and she's jealous of Caitlin Clark's success. And there was a sound clip last year that said the WNBA is exploding, and it's not just because of one player; it's because of me too.
Yes.
And I don't know that a player necessarily should say that. I mean, that's trying to bite on somebody. Anyway, we'll get in. We're going to start. We'll do the shooter and start. This Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing, onion is very, very, there's a lot of layers to it. There's a lot of layers. There's a lot of people that have chimed in on it. A lot of sportscasters, a lot of influential people that have chimed in on this particular deal. And it all started with what was kind of a ticky-tack little foul, at the Fever / Sky game hosted in Indiana, and the Indiana Fever just absolutely beat them by 35 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of frustration involved. Both players, when asked about it afterwards in the press conference, said it was a basketball play. It was a ticky-tack. Let me hold the arm so you can't shoot and make you go to the free throw line and shoot two. Angel Reese isn't the best free throw shooter. And in no way, shape, or form did Caitlin Clark throw her down or anything like that. She simply grabbed her arm, and it did. Honest to God, it doesn't matter what side of the team that you're on. Angel Reese flopped. She flopped. The amount of pressure and the move that. Let me find me the initial foul if you can. I'll get it here.
It's size difference alone.
It's not only size difference, but she flopped. She flopped. Everybody says she flopped, and so we're all getting all freaked out over a flop. And everybody, Dave Portnoy's involved, and I don't know if Stephen A. Smith has said anything about it. I think Pat McAfee has got involved. And the WNBA and now is opening up an investigation to see if the fans of Indiana were calling Angel Reese, racial type things, and it's an absolute joke. This is what's going to keep the WNBA down, getting little bitchy ass ticky tack stuff like this. This is what's going to keep the NBA down. So we'll get to that along with the Las Vegas shooter next. Stand by.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Fuck. Ugh. Can I step out for a second? So,
yeah.
Okay. You
all right?
I thought he was going to go to break like 5 minutes ago. I'm dying.
Oh, shit, dude.
Something's stuck in my throat.
No, fuck, man. Do you need a Heimlich, or you just need some water?
I need some water.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you don't have to apologize to me. Fuck. I thought he was screening a call. Fuck. Man, Lummy's willing to die over there for the show. That's a loyal soldier right there. Lummy's just ready to just fucking choke himself out over there. You know what this is? It's a big whodunit.
Sorry about that.
Dude, you don't have to apologize, dude. You don't. But don't die on behalf of the show.
Oh, no,
if you're choking, why don't you have water over there, Lummy? Aquabieto. We got 6 pallets out there.
I finished it. I didn't have enough to go down. Like it was a little piece of phlegm, and I didn't know where to spit it. So I just said, "Screw it, I'll swallow it." And when I swallowed it, he was like, "We're gonna go to break." And then he went in that rant, and I'm like, "Ugh."
Oh, I thought you were like screening a call because you're like, you were, and then I realized you were dying.
Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good.
All right.
Sorry.
He's back. He's back.
Hi, everyone.
He's back.
Who's back, Lover?
Lummy almost died.
What happened?
He was ready to go to break, and then you had a rant, and then he was choking on his saliva.
Oh shit!
I had a little phlegm. I swallowed. I had nowhere to spit it. A couple times, Joe. Yeah, he is Style Guru. What's up, Berto Perez? That's right. Caviar. No way. What's up to Havoc? Yeah, I'm trying. I'm man. I sent you the original play on the WNBA. So it goes to profiles past.
Aura farming.
I don't think so. DMS.
Lummy, did you block Creatine Travis?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Creatine says you blocked him. Is he just being a smart ass?
Yes, it's probably because I didn't say hi quick enough.
Come on, Creatine. Don't be a snook slayer. And then try to make jokes when there's not a joke to be had. We're very sensitive. This is the Vegas story. Let me see. Hold on here, Lummy. Okay, this is the story that you sent me, Lummy.
The suspect has been identified as Daniel Ortega. He was 34 years old, 5 foot 11 inches tall, and weighed 180 pounds. This is after the shots had been fired and he had a malfunction. The suspect is seen throwing a set of car keys while he paces back and forth, routinely looking out the front window.
Now, was he?
It looks like he was going there for he was trying to kill a ton of people, but his gun, I guess he couldn't because his gun malfunctioned. He couldn't shoot anymore, so he pretty much got stuck.
So why would you throw your car? I mean, you'd probably try to make it to your car.
Yeah.
You just get at this point giving up when you throw your car keys. Are you giving up?
I think who needs keys in your pocket when you're about to die?
Yeah, true. True.
You'll see him take his wallet out of his back pocket and also toss that down on the floor.
Yeah, at that point, you know it's over. Throw your wallet, your ID, and your keys. What, do you think they're not going to find it?
Yeah.
You think they don't have video footage? They have this very same video footage we're watching. They're seeing exactly what you're doing, you idiot.
Are these just extensive suicides where people want to take a bunch of people with them?
Yep.
Or do people really think like this guy that I'm going to be able to make an escape after this?
I think this is a different version. I think this is a different version of suicide by cop. I think this is the new suicide by cop. Instead of just, the normal suicide by cop is you call the cop, tell them that you're having an emergency at your house, that couple squad cars show up, and then you walk out into the front lawn and you got a gun. Cops tell you to put your gun down. You indeed do not put your gun down. You put your gun towards them and then they smoke you. But it's, it's pretty much just you and them. Now I think, Seth, they're like, you know what? If I'm going to go out, I might as well be, a massive, might as well get the most pub out of it as I can. I think this is the way narcissistic suicide people. By the way, the suicide hotline is 988. If you're ever having suicide tendencies or you want to kill yourself or harm yourself, please dial 988 and get help. So in today's narcissistic world that we live in, you just can't just get killed on your own, me and the cop.
I mean, walking into a gym is diabolical.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
He was a member there.
And you can see.
What was he mad? Somebody was supersetting and he couldn't get on the leg press?
Yeah, he was mad. His buddy put an extra 10 pounds on, smoked him on reps.
This is a gay
By the way, I do have a gym story about Seth Kushner.
Really?
So yesterday, Seth Kushner did the chest machine, the Nautilus chest machine. And so yesterday, I met Tom Bean over here at 3:30, and we've been working out a little bit, me and Tom Bean. And I was doing chest. So I go to get on the Nautilus machine. Now, usually, Seth hasn't had a history of using my machines. So where I put my pen, the amount of weight I put on, is where I had it last time. So I shouldn't even have to really adjust the pen. My pen has already been set because I'm the last person to have used the machine. Well, that's not the case anymore. Seth Kushner's using the machines too, which I have no problem with. So I go to do it, and I can do it, but it's way more weight than it's more. It's down. It's one plate heavier than I usually do, and I'm like, Kushner's doing this kind of weight?
No.
And so yes. So I was like, damn, Kushner's getting strong.
No.
What I do, I do reps of 15 lummy, and they're not a lot. I think they're 90, maybe. I don't know. But nice. Kushner is probably stronger on that machine than me.
Incline or flat?
No, it's a Nautilus chest machine where you sit down and you use your legs to push the weight out, and then you grab the bar and you do 10 on the outside and 10 on the inside. And Kush has done it before. I taught him how to do it back in the day. But that's my Kushner gym story. Lummy, he's starting to get kind of strong.
Look at that, Seth. Good job.
So I went to go do my 15, and I'm like, this is a plate down than what I usually do. God damn, Seth Kushner's pushing, $1.05.
I actually put everything about 5 plates down when I'm done with it. I was hoping that this would happen. Yeah. You should go check out the leg press.
I noticed, man. I'm like, wow. I told Tom Bean, I said, Seth was the last one on this machine. He goes, that dweeb's pushing that kind of weight? And I go, yeah.
Did Tom Bean get on there and put 300 up?
No, Tom Bean's strong.
Yeah,
I presume that when he opens this door is when our officers first see him.
So again, there was an isolated incident in Las Vegas where a guy walked in a fitness gym. I don't know what type of LA Fitness.
It's called. I think it was Las Vegas gym.
Las Vegas gym,
but it's like a LA Fitness kind of gym.
Tuttle, you were saying something like, what did you say? This was a. Did you say
like
this
a gay quarrel thing? Because
gay what?
A gay quarrel thing. Like, a lot of dudes that are undercover go to the gym to, hey, can I spot you, bro? And then spotting leads to straight on BFing each other.
Wow, that's a pretty giant leap.
So you think he got rejected, or you just?
I think he got rejected. He was trolling.
So you think that he may have gone to the gym to try to maybe potentially find a dude, and got rejected. So he was like, I'm a loser. I'm not hot or I'm not good looking. I'm never going to find a boyfriend.
This is like an American Beauty type thing?
I'm never going to find a boyfriend. If I can't find a boyfriend at the gym, look at me. I'm a big fat loser. Let me go ahead in here with my AR-15 and try to smoke as many people as I can. And here's the deal, Lummy. Had his gun not jammed, it's hard telling. It's hard telling how many he would have got. Who was the person that died? Do we know?
It was just a front desk person.
Oh, the front desk.
Was that
dude? No, it's probably a girl. Damn it.
When Officer Javier fires the first round,
No, it looks like the first round's been fired, but he didn't look like he's been hit.
and then he exits the other set of doors.
And that's where they smoke him?
Yeah, I think they hit him around the corner. Like he runs out, the guy's. Yeah, right here. Look, this is so awesome. Watch.
Skeeter, take cover. He's coming up.
No, watch.
Holding the rifle as he exits.
So the cops are right around the corner.
Yeah.
And, literally from me to you, Lummy.
And
that's just an easy smoke job right there. Smoke them. Smoke them if you got them.
As additional officers arrived, action teams were formed and entered the business.
Police.
To what address?
The Las Vegas Athletic Club.
Which one?
The Northwest, the one by Rainbow.
Okay, what's going on there?
Yeah, I think I saw someone come in with an AR.
Come into the Las Vegas Athletic Club?
Yes.
How many minutes ago did you see?
I'm currently in the bathroom, shelled up in here. But, I would.
Yeah, no kidding.
If you're working out, and listen, that's one of the places that even guys that carry guns, that have license to carry guns, or you're in an open carry state or a concealed weapon state. There's a lot of different laws for a lot of different states, but, let's say that you're a guy that carries a gun legally, lawfully in your state, whether it's concealed, open carry, constitutional carry, whatever it may or may not be. The one place that you're probably most vulnerable is if you would go to the gym, and because you cannot, I don't think they encourage you to carry,
while you're working out?
Yeah, while you're working out. I guess you could probably have a gym bag that you take to every exercise that you do, that within the gym bag is a gun. But I think that, most guys just, have their towel, the weightlifting gloves, some chalk. And, so this is probably where even people that are licensed to carry guns are most vulnerable, at the gym, right?
You think the front desk person should have a gun now?
I think everybody should have a gun. I think literally, if you're...
it might not even matter in this scenario, Lummy.
That's true.
Them walking in.
Just right now.
So 1 minute ago?
I think everybody should have a gun. If you're over 18 years old and you pass a background check and you get fingerprinted and go through jump through a couple hoops, you should be able to own a gun, buy a gun, have a gun, and that's as a constitutional right. I really do.
Yeah, like right now.
What color gun was it?
Bitch! Pink. I don't know!
What?
My God!
Even I know all guns are blue. Everybody knows
that.
Yeah,
but what does that matter?
Black.
Okay. And you're pretty certain it was? Was he by himself?
Yes, I think there's shots.
911 emergency.
Yeah, now she's going to question?
Hello?
Yeah, all the stupid time you were gathering information on the color of the gun and are you sure it was a gun? I'm sure she had people en route.
Oh yeah.
But they just try to get as much and try to keep you on the phone as long as they can. I'm sure that the second he said there was a gun, she had guys rolling.
Yeah.
Now, out of all of that, how do you miss?
Well, I guess he hit 3 other people. They're just injured.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Hello?
What do you mean, hello? What do you mean, hello? I've pooped my pants, and I'm in the gym right now. I'm sorry, I'm in the locker room, and I've pooped my pants.
Those are black.
Listen to how many rounds he gets off.
And you're pretty certain it was? Was he by himself?
Yes, I think there's shots.
911 emergency.
fire, or medical. Hello, can you hear me?
I mean, that's a lot of shots.
You could hear where the gun jammed because he had that big pause.
Yeah, you can. Right here. You can hear where it jams right here. Listen.
911 emergency. Police, fire, or medical. Hello, can you hear me?
Right there. It went shoot, 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 shoot. Like I had a couple bad. And listen, here's the thing. I own an AR-15. I own a gun like this. And when they jam, sometimes you got to take them apart. Sometimes that shell casing gets jammed way up in the upper receiver, and you got to take that gun. You got to at least break it in half. They have a pin that breaks it in half, and you got to take. So it certainly slows you down when you're trying to mow people down.
That's why you use AKs.
Hello? Hello, anyone there?
Yeah, just shooting. Yeah, just shooting in the background. Jeez.
Yeah. So there you go. Did you send me the?
I sent you where the copper on the body cam.
Was it this?
Oh, yeah.
Was it this one right here?
It might have been that next one.
This one?
No, next one over. Right.
This one or that one?
That one.
Oh yeah. This is the footage that we kind of saw a little bit of the cops outside when he rounds the corner, when the bad guy finally decides to leave because his gun may be jammed or whatever. Here's the cops. This is point of view body cam. And this guy has what looks to be like a mini AR, like a handheld AR that I think only law enforcement and SWAT teams and things like that can have this type of gun. I don't think this type of gun that this guy, and I could be wrong. For all you gun enthusiasts that say Bubba doesn't know what he's talking about with regards to guns, you're right. I don't. But I do know that there are some SWAT guns that are only made for law enforcement, and because they're so little and sometimes automatic, that the average consumer can't own it. So I don't know if this gun's one of those or not, but it does look pretty short, and it looks like an assault rifle, and usually that's not legal. Because because of the concealed. Yeah, you could conceal this in a coat or something like that, and it could be full. It could be fully auto. I don't know.
They did.
Now, here's the thing, though, that you got to, as a cop, be mindful of. This guy's running, and hitting a running target's kind of hard, but you got all of this real estate here, all these cars that, people could potentially be walking into the gym or walking out of the gym. And so, if you fire off 7 rounds and, 5 hit him and 2 go, 2 of them are going to be down in this area.
This is where you'd want to have a shotgun. A shotgun takes them out way easier.
Yeah, but maybe not.
Didn't lead him enough.
Look how close.
Wow.
Look how close. If you go right here, so the guy walks out, and look.
You didn't lead him enough.
And it looks to be, I hate to be, not race baiting or being stereotypical or anything like that, but it seems to be the description of this guy meets the standardized description of most mass shooters. Nerd ass, troubled white guy.
No, he's a Spanish guy. Daniel Ortega.
Oh, okay. Well, same thing. Just with a Spanish flair to it.
That's right.
It's not a black guy.
No.
You don't see hardly any black guys do this kind of stuff.
No, you don't.
You don't. You don't see any black guys do this kind of stuff.
The creepiest was that Adam Lanza guy up in Sandy Hook. He was the biggest weirdo of all.
Oh, yeah. Ask Alex Jones about that. Cost him billions. Hello, who's this?
Oh. Hey, Clem, it's Charlie. I'm in Michigan right now.
Hi,
can
Charlie.
I ask you a quick question?
This is your one phone call of the day. Of course, Charlie. Of course you can.
Okay, first of all, there's a subreddit called Bubba's Army. People are making fun of me. They say I'm a plant. I'm a fake caller. I'm not a fake caller. You have no clue who I am. But here's my question to you. You guys earlier were talking about the Angela Reese, Caitlin Clark controversy, correct?
Yeah, and we're going to get into that a little bit more detail here momentarily. Yes, we were. Thanks.
So you can just boil it down to one thing. The WNBA, just like the NBA, 90% of the players are black. The fact that a white person has infiltrated this campus and they're making a significant impact, the African Americans don't like that. It's like lawn bowling. Lawn bowling is a predominantly white sport. If an African American dominated lawn bowling, it might be a big thing. So you just gotta. It's very simple. Dear black people, you're wonderful. You're beautiful. You're just like everyone else except the Indians. Not the Indians, but the dots on their forehead Indians. By the way,
Such
those
a bad
dot
take.
Indians, they are the worst. Have you dealt with the dot Indians?
No, I have not, Gary.
Oh, dude,
I'm sorry,
I got
Charlie.
scammed. I got scammed by a dot Indian. They got all my information. They got a hold of my bank account. I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. But the fact is like, just relax, man. They're all wonderful players. They don't like the fact that this white woman is dominating the WNBA. It's
What
very
about
simple.
the white guy that dominates the NBA, though? Nobody has a problem with that one.
Great point, Tuttle.
Wait, hold on. What white guy is dominating?
Djokovic from the Nuggets.
Jokic.
He's
Yeah,
probably
No,
he's not white. No, white is like from Iowa.
Hold on, Charlie. He's about as white as they get. Okay, he's from like Slovenia or something like that. Listen, if you look at him and Luka, I mean, those are two of the best 1 and 2 or 1 and 4 players in the league. The NBA didn't have all this racial tension. No, this is an isolated instance, and I think a lot of it's being fueled by Angel Reese and herself because she probably is a little jealous of Caitlin Clark, and it happens to be a white and black thing right now, and the media is buying into it. Adding fuel to the fire. You probably are somewhat correct in your analogy of peeling this onion back, Charlie. You probably are. All right.
Well, no, it's not probably. No,
Okay.
it's absolutely.
Okay.
They don't like the fact. First of all, and we all know that the WNBA, they've
Charlie,
lost so much.
till your time is up. Your point, you got your point across, and it's there. You go. Appreciate it. One call a day. We're cordial to each other, and point well taken. Your point's now on record, my friend.
Stabbed an elderly man to death for seemingly no reason whatsoever. Fox 13's Carla Byron is outside the Polk County Sheriff's Office with
This is just straight lack of parenting, my friends.
Yeah.
Straight lack of parenting. Where an 18-year-old would have a mindset to potentially burglarize a older gentleman's home.
No, they put him in a group home.
Oh, they put this guy in a group home?
Yeah.
And the older gentleman was in the group home too?
Yes.
And the older gentleman obviously pissed off the 18-year-old?
I guess so.
Sheriff released more of the troubling, tragic details.
Oh, it was his roommate?
Yes.
Maybe the old white guy was snoring. I couldn't take it anymore.
Oof.
If I had a knife, I would have stabbed my Grandma Madge 118 times when they put me in the room with her.
Oh, no.
My Grandma Madge, when she used to come and stay with us at Warsaw, Indiana, we didn't have any extra bedrooms. We had 3 bedrooms. One, Tara had a bedroom, I had a bedroom, my mom and dad had a bedroom. Well, when Grandma Madge would come, she's my dad's mom, and she was a beast. She smoked like a pack and a half of Winston's a day, drank a fifth of scotch. She loved scotch, yeah. But she was fully functional, and she was a very much a successful, very, very, very highly paid, ran the head of accounting of a major propane company. She had a lot of money. But when she would come, she lived in Elgin, Illinois. When she would come down for like Thanksgiving or Christmas, I had bunk beds. So Lumby, I'd have to sleep up top and Grandma Madge would sleep down below. Well, she snored literally like a 400-pound man. She literally snored like a linebacker.
I don't know if the story says it, but this guy's sadistic. He killed him. He said he didn't have a problem with the guy, and that the only reason he killed him was because he was old and already dying.
All right, we'll get into that momentarily. I'm telling my Grandma Madge story. And so I used to lay awake all night long just wanting to kill her.
Oh.
Like she'd be like, and I'm like, I could not get an ounce of sleep. And sometimes she'd get up in the middle of the night and smoke a cigarette in my bedroom. And I was just like, oh my God, talk about child torture.
What was she smoking in your bedroom?
Because she wanted to
Like
smoke.
what, like cigarettes?
Yeah, like straight Winston. Yeah, they didn't have weed back then.
Dude, you smoked on planes and stuff. They didn't. I mean, that was no big deal.
Smoked everywhere. Remember back in the day, Seth, the plane only had 1 row separation between smoking and non-smoking. Like, that's going to make a deal. Like, you know.
I know. Same with restaurants, man.
Yeah, same with restaurants.
The restaurants had the fake plants in the glass.
Polk County Sheriff.
So anyway, I remember one time, like, I wanted to kill my grandma.
Oh.
Because I was like, I can't. This is torture. I'm getting 0 sleep. And she had a mustache too. Oh. And every time she wanted to kiss you, because you know your grandma always wants you. I'm like 5 or 6. She's like, give Grandma Madge a kiss, Toddy. She called me Toddy.
She wasn't hot with big jugs?
No.
Well, that's a shame.
Give Grandma Madge a kiss, Toddy. And she'd have alcohol and scotch on her breath, and it was like, oh my God, the worst.
I know how you get rid of her and get away with it.
Well, she died peacefully in her sleep in Phoenix, Arizona. So
light her on fire and say she fell asleep with a cigarette in her mouth.
So put a cigarette like
it's like a Gene Lasker plan.
Yeah. Put a cigarette like in her hand or something. Start it. You know, get it halfway burning down, and then start the whole bedspread on fire.
Yeah.
And that would have taken, well, the thing about it is it may have killed Grandma Madge, but it might have taken out my mom and dad's house, too.
But you put it out in enough time, and you're like, oh, unfortunately, I couldn't save Grandma
So be ready
Madge.
with the water hose, right?
Yeah.
Says the 81-year-old victim, Patrick Benway, was stabbed 113 times by a man with a history of mental health issues, including schizophrenia.
There was a dead man, my dear friend, on the floor. Blood everywhere.
Before they put that elderly man in the same room as an 18-year-old that has mental health issues, including schizophrenia, you might want to maybe give that guy his own room.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You might want to move things around so that Grandpa's getting to sleep somewhere else besides with this dude.
Janice Pepin has lived at...
And I'm thinking, man, if you're the family of the old dude, I'd be calling up, the Diacos right now and, potentially putting some liability on the group home, right? By subjecting Grandpa to this guy.
Yeah. Where do you get the knife from in a home like
the independent
this?
group home on Bluebird Avenue in Bartow for just a week. On Saturday night.
That's a group home? That just looks like, Seth is where Seth lives.
Well, I mean, you get a license and you can run.
You can?
Yeah.
So you get a license and all of a sudden the state approves that you can have old people at your house and you get like a G-ball per guy?
It's like you can run a daycare out of your house if you have a license.
Night, 18-year-old Moses Ojeda had moved in with her and her 81-year-old roommate, Patrick Benway, after being released from the hospital.
That night I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing doors opening, closing. I don't know, I just had
He was trying to find that perfect knife.
Feeling something was wrong.
Pepin's instincts ended up being correct. She didn't know Benway was dead in his room until lunchtime the following day. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says Ojeda stabbed him 113 times while he slept.
113 times.
He told detectives voices in his head told him to do it, and he wanted to kill him because he was already dying.
He admitted to us he never had a conflict, a cross word with this 81-year-old gentleman who was in bed asleep when our suspect, Moses, started stabbing him. Ooh. And he woke up and asked, why?
Why are you stabbing me, cuz?
Jeez. Why do you want to stab me?
Pepin describes Patrick as a
That was on stab 18, and he went another 100.
Who lived in the woods off of the land for a while, as well as on a sailboat.
He never married. He was a very gentle, quiet man. He loved nature. He was on oxygen. He was weak. I'm sure he was very easy to be taken down.
She's grateful she was spared because she could have become a victim as well.
I just thank God I was very kind to him, and he responded to that kindness. I didn't criticize him. I didn't give him hell for making noise that night. I made muffins for him, and I think that's probably what saved me. the kindness that I showed towards him.
I made muffins from him, and he didn't stab me 118 times like he did Gramps.
The sheriff says the suspect cleaned the knife after the killing and put it back in the kitchen. He also removed his blood-stained clothing and then put it into a laundry basket. Prior to this, he had no criminal history. In Bartow, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
So Tuttle, I asked you earlier, have you done anything? Are you getting ready to do anything with Alex? And you're like, you've not heard from Alex at all. Like,
no,
zero communication.
I mean, he did, like, over the weekend text me, like, this long file for, like, the county council, but
the Clearwater one.
Yeah, for the Clearwater one, but I couldn't see, like, why there was no information that would have been told me what time to get there or what to do. Like,
That was the,
I haven't gotten
11
a single
a.m.
call.
one. It said 11 a.m. It was probably too early for you. It was yesterday at 11 a.m.
All right, so you're not prepared for any of this.
No.
And can't participate on this big high spot tonight with this Scientology. But
no, that Scientology one was yesterday at 11 a.m. He has one in Largo today.
All right, so but Tuttle, let's not worry about Alex's stuff. Let's worry about you doing whites for Warren.
Yep. Yeah, I'm all down. I gotta
get. Well, I mean, we have to get those T-shirts. Rainbow Rick is supposed to have them.
The next one, is in 2 weeks.
The next one's in 2 weeks.
Yeah, so we'll have time.
Did we get the song yet?
We have the. I mean, we got to get it for you to play. We're gonna have to get like it's gonna have to be on your phone. Then we need like one of those little mini.
I got a Bluetooth speaker.
You do.
Yes.
You have a Bluetooth speaker.
Yep.
Which is perfect.
Yeah,
right.
It's one of those JBL ones. It's really, really loud.
I sent you the parody Tuttle in your email.
Okay, thank you.
Now, should I go into words and we start breaking the Angel Reese stuff down next because it's going to probably be long. I need to get everything all racked up. Rack City, 10, 20s, and a 50.
Yeah, it means the 8 o'clock hour is perfect time for it.
Right, 8 o'clock hour. So we will we'll open up the 8 o'clock hour. We'll do some commercials here. We'll be gone for 5 minutes and 20 seconds. If you're on Rumble, can you please hit the follow button? And maybe the thumbs up as well. Thumbs up on YouTube. You know that. You know the gig on that. But more importantly, we got about 18,000 people on Rumble and need you to hit the following button. I'm trying to get that to 10 by the end of the week. What's today? Wednesday?
Yes.
I'll rack up all my Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, Portnoy. There's other people that have chimed in. I think Pat McAfee may have said something. I'll rack all that up, and we'll roll that out next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
There.
Man, the Taiwanese make a mean egg pancake.
Do they? What do they put in it?
It's like they're kind of like lay out the eggs like an omelet, and then they throw the pancake in it, and then they like wrap the pancake in the egg.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Top pig 3 months. What's up, top pig?
Okay, Blowout City.
What was the score?
Like 114 to 88. Taylor Walls had a walk-off last night. People hate that guy.
Why?
Does he not have the highest batting average in the world or something?
But people hate him?
People hate Taylor. I thought he wasn't that good.
I mean, listen, he's a hard-nosed player. That's what we need. Yeah, the Rays finally got a home win. They haven't had one of those in a long time. He's a good fielder. All right, so.
Hey, man, I get it. I just I see people complaining about when he's in the lineup.
Yeah, but we need that defensive presence. I mean, what's he batting?
Why wasn't Chandler Simpson playing?
Is he?
He wasn't in the lineup yesterday.
He's been playing pretty regularly. Listen, I thought his Taylor Wall's batting average like 200, but I guess it's 186.
186. Okay. Well, yeah. Now, so I am reading the correct things that are speaking about his skill set.
Look, he's got a strong glove. He got Defensive Player of the Year in the minors back in 2019.
Listen, I'm all for having a defensive specialist.
And he hit a walk-off. His first home run of the year.
Okay. Knicks versus Hicks, 8 o'clock tonight.
Man, they better not be like just bringing him along, Samson.
What's that?
They better not be like just like playing him every other day now.
The games?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got one. Well, tomorrow we got OKC in Minnesota again. Then Friday, Indiana. Yeah, every Friday. It's every day. Every day there's a game. That works for me.
Yeah, when they load him up and then you get that one day, there's nothing to watch.
I know. Well, I'm glad there's at least one on. They're not doing any two rest days back to back. Jim Abbott had a no-hitter, actually, unsavory.
Yeah, with New York. Wasn't it New York?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he was with the Angels at all. I'm on it, Berto. I was thinking about going to...
Yeah, Jim Abbott really needed to get out of that National League when the Brewers moved over. You ever watch him bat?
No.
No?
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Unsigned Band Thursdays.
If you or you know someone in an unsigned band, get off your ass and submit a demo to
show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
This could be the big break you're looking for.
That's show@BubbaArmyHQ.com.
A stadium full of millions of listeners
could give you the break you're looking for.
Now, back to the show.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Hi, how are you? If you're following us on Rumble or watching us on Rumble, hit the follow button so you're now following us. Back down to a smaller box. We're a small box.
Yeah,
our box has been tightened.
Yeah, the LFA
8 o'clock, Willie.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I just read the proposed, I actually read the bill, the no tips bill.
Yeah, past Senate.
Well, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Because they actually defined what industries are affected by it, and these are the only industries that are going to be allowed to claim no tax on their tips. We were thinking that the money that we get on our PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, BubbaArmyTips.com, the money we get that way directly to us, that's not aggregated through, like Rumble sends us a check, YouTube sends us a check, X sends us a check, Facebook sends us a check, Insta sends us a check. We make, obviously money off of, Bubba Army HQ. We get a check from that. We get checks from merchandise. So we have, probably 13, 14 different ways to spread this content into a check, an actual check that's been issued, and then, you get a W-2 form at the end of the year or a 1099 as to how much, they give us. But, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and BubbaArmyTips.com is not being aggregated through an actual company. And, because let's be honest, when we get a Rumble rant or we get a YouTube super chat, they take a percentage of it and it's for being on their platform and they're paying us. So I can understand where that's not a tip, but the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, I thought potentially could qualify as a tip because you're not aggregating it. You're not sending it through a third party to send to us. You're sending it directly to us. Well, it's not. We're done. It's not going to happen because they have, and this is within the bill, they have defined application only to certain lines of businesses. In the applying paragraph 1, there shall be taking into account only tips received from customers or clients in connection with the following services: providing, delivering, or serving of food or beverages for consumption, if the tipping of the employees delivering or serving food or beverages by consumers is customary. The providing of beauty services to a customer or client. Craig and Rio are going to love this. If tipping an employee providing such services is customary. So the beauty industry, it says the beauty service is defined by Section 45B of such code and is amended by adding at the end the following new subsections. Beauty service. For the purpose of this section, the term beauty services means any of the following: barbering or hair care, nail care, what's it called? Estheticians?
Is that aesthetics?
Yeah, the skin. Yeah.
Aesthetics, body and spa treatments. So that's it, Lummy.
Not even strippers, or are they going to start calling it body treatments or spa?
I don't know. You want a body treatment dance? I don't know. So there it is.
We're doing mental treatment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that need our show mentally to have a good day. There's also a lot of trolls that if we don't give you our show and for you to break down and bitch about, it ruins your day because you have no life. You loser son of a bitch. So that's treatment too, Seth. And the fact that, if we didn't do this show, it wouldn't give Johnny Numbnuts anything to be mad about to go to his little forum.
And someone else in society would have to deal with these people.
Right. And then they would have to direct their rage to somebody else. And we're providing, a service for these trolls. I saw this last night and I loved it. Tony Stewart broke down Lummy when he was last year when he wasn't doing so good and he had a little bit of time on his hands. He started reading some of the,
oh boy,
even Tony Stewart gets trolls. I actually think that you got to be popular and kind of famous to get trolls, and we have them. So Lummy, I think we're kind of famous and we're kind of big time. Here's how Tony broke them down.
Big mistake of reading social media, which I think we all make very vital, critical mistakes by reading the keyboard warriors that are dumbasses that sit in their mother's basements and don't do a damn thing and haven't accomplished anything in their life.
I love that.
And tell you how bad you are at what you do. But they can't tell you to their face. I've never stood at the ropes.
And he's right. These NHRA guys, they literally stand there at the ropes, and they're so accessible, and there'll be like a line of 100 people that will stand and get their picture. The NHRA has the most access to their drivers as any racing body in the world. And he's right. None of these trolls will come to one of your appearances and actually man up to your face and say, hey, I'm such and such on Reddit, and I stand by my words. You're a fat piece of shiz. No, I don't. I mean, we don't ever get any of that.
No, I've never seen come out someone walk up to you and call you fat.
Well, we've had that, but Tony's right. Like they're all in their mom's basement, keyboard warriors who analyze what we do, but deep down they couldn't do what we do, but they think that they're an expert at what we do.
Anybody come up there and go, you really are bad at this, and you should put your wife in the car. But I read it on the internet that why is he driving the car? His wife's way better. She almost won a world championship. Well, now they can kiss my ass. They literally can kiss my ass, and I'll sit there and stick it out for them too, because they don't do a damn thing. They've never accomplished anything in their life. They don't know how to work hard to be successful in anything. That's why they say the shit they say on the internet. And to sit there and have to fight and prove these people wrong, that's the pride I take now. That's the pride I'm leaving here with tonight. I'm going on vacation with Buddy Hall and his family. We're going and having a great week this week. I'm going to celebrate this, because this is for all those people that say that I suck, I'm no good, I'm terrible, I've never been anything. This is for all those people. They don't have anything to show for it. I got 2 silver Wallies this year to show for it. We've proven these guys wrong. So they can say what they want to say now. Now they just look stupid when they say it. That's the pride I take in what we have, what we've done today, and what we're accomplishing.
And so, Lummy, I can't wait for us as we continue to grow. And I think there's going to be a couple things that hit here soon that will give us an opportunity to take a step back and say, we told you so, bitches. You stupid ass trolls. Told you so.
But we're never
going to. I'm going to take so much satisfaction when a few of these things come through, and I'm going to be like, told you so, bitches. What were you going to say, Seth? I cut you off. I'm so very sorry.
No, but we're never going to have 2 Wallies to ever shove up anybody's ass.
I got 8 radio personality of the year.
I know, but the Wally sound
Bubby's
cool.
got a Wally championship.
What is a Wally?
A Wally is what you win when you win the entire drag racing competition for the weekend.
Oh, okay.
When you've beat everybody, and winning one is super rare. Tony has 2, and he's currently the leader of the points and Top Fuel. But let's not forget, Tony also won 3 NASCAR championships, an IndyCar championship, and 4 USAC championships, an IROC championship. Like, Tony, you trolls that are making, like, you guys are really desperate if you're trolling Tony Stewart, because he's really a very talented man. Me, on the other hand, I could see where you could troll me. I've had a checkered past. I've been on top, but more so than I've been on top, really heavily on top, and I screwed that up. And I'm trying to claw my way back, but I don't give up. And the show that I put on, I think, is pretty damn good. Why don't you start comparing my show, for all the people that are trolls on us, why don't you start comparing my show to the show that you think is better? I know you hate my show for A, B, C, and D reasons, but give me a comparative show that's better. You can't. You can't. You can't put on and what these people don't realize is I can't put on the show that I used to put on. Regulations and the FCC, and I can't have strippers in here urinating in coffee cans. I can't have the squirt Olympics. I just can't. So I cobble together the good talent, and I come in here every day. I am prepped way better than you give myself credit for. And you sit here and make fun of every one of us, but every one of us, none of you guys could scratch what we do. Get 5 trolls from whatever forum that trolls us the most. Get 5 of you guys, throw you guys together, and put together a show, and then let us watch it and analyze it. Ha! Are you kidding me? So anyway, Lummy, I take, it's a badge of honor to have all the hate that comes with us, because even Tony Stewart gets irritated by it. I don't really get irritated by it, but here's the thing. You're so wrong. You don't even really know what you're talking about. The things that they get into, and like they know, I know for a fact. You guys have no idea. I'm working the hell out of most of you. I really am. I'm literally I got like 4 things I'm working you on that I'm not even going to tell you I'm working you on because I don't want you to stop because you're believing it. The couple, I'd say 3. I got 3 big angles that I'm working that you are all buying hook, line, and sinker. That you're really, really buying. And I'm going to laugh my ass off when it finally, I pull the curtain back from the Wizard of Oz and you see the truth. I mean, you're familiar with a couple of them.
Yes, I am.
And it's going to make, you guys are going to look, you keyboard warriors that are masturbating in your mom's basement, pontificating and watching every minute of our show. Wants us to fail so very bad, but you don't miss a show. You're gonna look so stupid when I pull that curtain back on the Wizard of Oz and you see the truth soon.
Shut up, Panda. $10.
It's gonna be so satisfying because you think you know, but I'm working you. I'm really working you on at least 3 different things, and you're buying it. You guys are all buying it. There's so much hate and opinions and and this and that, and you're all stupid. You're all stupid. We're able to make a living. I'm able to pay my guys competitively. We're able to have our own facility. We're able to, digitally pay all the bills digitally. The money that we get terrestrially is gravy. We can pay our bills digitally. Nobody else in this town, that's where most of the hate comes from. This little radio market of people that have either worked for me or are jealous of me or quit me. The Mansons, the Spice Boys, the Blitzes, all the people that's the majority of all these trolls. You can just see it in their writing. So I just can't wait, guys, because I'm doing actually pretty damn good.
You mean you're waiting for things to come out to show people, or you're working people, and then the truth will be revealed one day?
Both.
Okay.
Both. And I can sit down. I can meet you outside off the hot mic, and give you a list of things that I'm working everybody on.
Oh no, I like living a lie.
You know what, Seth? It's better for you just to keep helping me live the lie.
Yeah,
it's better for you because you might actually be disappointed when I give you the truth. You might be like, oh, really? That sucks.
Okay, I can't believe I'm ranting.
So here we go, Dave Portnoy. Do I start it with him? I need you and Seth's direction. Do I open up with Portnoy, or do I open it up with these 2 girls that are breaking it down that got a podcast, or do I open it up with Ryan Clark and his criticism of Angel Reese, or do I those are the 3 stories I have. You guys direct me as to how I play them. Seth, you first.
I wouldn't play Ryan Clark, and that Ryan Clark and RG3 have their own thing going on, which it would take probably 3 hours to get into. So
because Portnoy kind of talks about Ryan Clark because Clark mentioned
so Portnoy might be the bigger umbrella that kind of maybe uncovers it all.
Well, I'm not sure about the girls. Do you, Seth?
What I don't know. I don't know those women at all. No.
Let's play them first. To see, you know what I'm saying? It's 2 minutes. Let's play them first, Lummy. Yeah. I'm sure, and if it's what Portnoy gets into, fine. But I'd like to see these look like 2 women that have a podcast, maybe.
The bottom one definitely likes softball.
Yeah, the bottom one definitely likes softball. I don't know who this is. I don't even know who these people are.
Yeah,
but they obviously have an opinion about this WNBA deal.
Big drama out of the WNBA this weekend with Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese at the Fever Sky game. What are the next steps here that the league is going to take?
Yeah, so while the headlines are, obviously focused on what was on the court, it's actually what is off the court that is causing the conversation to continue. So you've got some allegations currently that the league is investigating of fan comments and misconduct directed towards Angel Reese. Now, right now, there hasn't really been an update as of yet of like what the league has found, but the Fever are cooperating, the Sky are cooperating, and the WNBA Players Association are also involved in monitoring what's going on. So I think what people want to pay attention to right now is what happens if the league actually finds this misconduct. So it could be something as much as banning those fans from the arena. It could be banning them.
How are you going to be able to pull audio from now the Gamebridge arena where the Pacers play? I think that's what it's called. I think it's 18 or 19,000. They may have the facility may have been sold out. Seth might know.
Yeah, of course.
It was a sellout. So you're looking at 18, 19, 20. It's the size of Amalie Arena. It's the standard basketball, hockey, arena. It's anywhere between 17,500 and 20,000 people. How are you going to be able to figure out who was saying what
for the rest of the season? Like, there's a number of options there. It maybe even legal action, depending on how deep it might
legal action
be. I just want to keep people's minds open that this is a very serious situation, because you don't want it to be a situation where it follows.
Listen, I would have, if there was absolutely bona fide a camera on me and Seth Kushner, and we're spouting out very bad racial terms to because we're white, to Angel Reese, and that you can see that I'm saying X and Seth is saying Y, plain as day. We're on camera. Well, yeah, then you can throw us out, you can ban us, but I just don't see. There's so many people there's 20,000 people. How do you decipher who said what?
Well, you're relying on the people that are down there on the floor to, tell whoever's investigating that, they were the one that were saying racial things towards Angel Reese, or they were the ones making monkey noises at her. That's what you're relying on. And I don't know if that's going to happen, or I feel like
I don't know if anybody's going to actually tell on anybody.
I feel like they would. I feel like those people would have been outed already.
You're right. It's called heckling. And it
doesn't need to get racial.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't need to get racial.
This rivalry, so to speak. And yes, I'm going to say it's an on-court rivalry. I'm going to put that on-court rivalry.
It's an on-court rivalry with a ton of jealousy kicker. Angel Reese is so jealous of Caitlin Clark. That's what this is. A lot of this is fueled by that and race.
But you don't want it to follow this rivalry, so to speak.
Meanwhile, Angel Reese may not be statistically as good as Caitlin Clark, but for her position, she's one of the best in the league. And quite frankly, man, I think she's hot as hell.
Absolutely. And
I think she's attractive. I actually think if somebody put a gun to my head and said, hey, you have to have sex with Angel Reese or Caitlin Clark. I like Caitlin Clark better as a ball player, but I would rather have sex with Angel Reese.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Not something new that we've seen between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. We've been watching them play against each other since they were in college. What can we kind of expect from the league and just in general going into these games? Because it's not just one more matchup. This is 4 more times. This is 5 total games between these two players.
I think these two bitches are telling me nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let's go to Dave Portnoy. Watch him break this down, because I think, isn't he part of the probe? He's part of the probe because they're saying he won $400,000 on the game, and one of which was one of the big bets that he won was the fact that Caitlin Clark was going to get a triple-double. And didn't she have nine assists or 9 rebounds, Seth, late into the game when she was pulled and they threw her back in there to get the triple-double?
Yeah, 9 rebounds.
And they're saying listen, unless they could show texts from David Portnoy to somebody associated with the power of putting Caitlin Clark back in, which I think that would only be potentially 3. There's 3 people, in my opinion, that could get Caitlin Clark back in the game. 1, Caitlin Clark. because she statistically knows her stats and she wants a triple-double because it's very rare. A triple-double in basketball is a very, is that, Seth, would that be the same as a baseball player hitting for the cycle?
I would say no. Triple doubles are happen a little bit more frequently these days.
Not in the WNBA though. More so in the NBA. I think they're a little more rare in the WNBA.
A double double's a big deal in the WNBA.
Right. So a triple double is a big deal, and she probably wants to get one.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Portnoy.
So I think the three people that could potentially get Caitlin Clark back in the game are in this order: Caitlin Clark, the head coach of the team, or potentially an assistant coach, or maybe the general manager of the team, because they want to be able to use the Caitlin Clark hit a triple-double as an advertising kind of deal.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only people that can get her. Now, unless you can show me a text from Dave Portnoy to somebody that has the power to get Caitlin Clark back in the game, there's a non-issue.
Well, so on this one too is about the racist stuff, because he can't believe the WNBA is even probing the racist stuff. He said it's like way over, that they're
overreaching.
Yeah, overreach. Yeah.
I mean, listen, do you know you should see poor Hank Aaron, when he was getting ready to beat Babe Ruth's record at 715 home runs. The things that he played left field for the most part, sometimes right. But he would go to the different stadiums, and even Atlanta Fulton County Stadium where he played. They would, oh my God! They did a big 60-minute special or a special about him, and they would flat out have white robes on, or they would. And it was a different time; it was in the 70s. But they
how do you think Jackie Robinson had it?
Think about poor Jackie Robinson, the first African American to actually break through the white guy sport and be the first, number 42, the first African American to play the ball game. To the point where, they would go to hotels when he was playing for, was it the Giants that he played for?
Dodgers, Brooklyn.
When he played for the Brooklyn Dodgers, the team would travel to go to a hotel, and they wouldn't let Jackie Robinson stay in the hotel because he was a black guy. Jackie Robinson would have to go down to somewhere else that accepted black. I mean, poor Jackie Robinson. And so we got some stupid ass Indiana people that might be saying some type of racially motivated stuff. But I mean, I think the more that you make it a big deal, the more that you potentially could fuel it.
Well, that's what Portnoy is saying. Portnoy is almost kind of comparing this to what NASCAR did with Bubba Wallace, and also.
By the way, NASCAR and Tuttle. This is your jam. They way overreacted to the Bubba Wallace thing to the point of it. It makes me hate Bubba Wallace now because he bought into it and tried to get all the sympathy. And when realistically, nobody tied a noose on his garage door pull down. Nobody did. They went and showed there was 35 other garage doors that had the same noose. And then they went and got the people that installed the garage doors 3 years ago. And they're like, that's how we make the handle, so that you a person, instead of having a rope that frails, we put it into like a noose. That's what we do. That's how we leave our garage door ropes. That's how we do it. It doesn't have anything to do with being black or white. It's the most efficient way to pull your garage door down.
What he's saying too is that the WNBA, even though he was in the crowd, he saw it was just women and children pretty much. WNBA is making a big deal of trolls that are attacking the league on the internet.
And as soon as a troll finds out that a sanctioning body is taking this for real, then you've just thrown gas on the troll game. Kind of like I probably threw gas on the troll game today with my earlier rant. But Lummy, you don't understand. I'm sitting back. One of my things is fixing to pop big time. Oh God, Soon. That's right. # soon. Make fun of me, bitches. Make fun of me. In fact, that should be a subsection today on one of your hate forums, is soon, because you're going to look stupid. You're going to look stupid.
What about # fixing to pop?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever ones you and in your 4 accounts that you got generate, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Dave Portnoy, Barstool, the president and owner of Barstool Sports, owned it, developed it, invented it, sold it, then got it back for $1. Is he worth $100 million? He's what?
Yeah.
Hey Alexa, what is Dave Portnoy's worth?
Dave Portnoy is worth an estimated $150 million US.
There you go. Wow. 150, probably more.
I can't believe I'm ranting about this again, but everyone's still talking. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, racism. Ryan Clark made a video attacking RG3 the other day. In the process, name dropped me and Keith Olbermann, which is the biggest insult of all time. Like, don't ever put me in the same sentence with Keith Olbermann. Guy's a certified jackass.
When RG3 jumps on to the hate train or to the angry train and now follows along with what we saw from Keith Olbermann, what we saw from Dave Portnoy as they poured on to Angel Reese to make her the villain.
You have race baiters on the left, race baiters on the right, everybody trying to make this rivalry about race. And yes, I'm sure there are some black people who hate Caitlin just because she's white. I'm sure there's white people who hate Angel just because she's black. But I want to speak for what I feel is Caitlin Clark fans, and not just flyby. I've been following Caitlin now 3-4 years, seen every single one of her games, followed the WNBA, all of it, followed Angel Reese. And the way Ryan Clark just drops my name like hate, that like Caitlin Clark fans or Fever fans or Iowa Hawkeye fans don't have a right or a reason to hate Angel Reese like she's a victim out of the clouds just because of the color of their skin is infuriating. Caitlin fans have every reason to hate Angel Reese. And I say hate in like the sports sense, like you hate your rival. I hated Peyton Manning. Red Sox fans hate Yankee fans. Fever fans, Caitlin fans should hate Angel Reese. Angel Reese has been nothing but an instigator, agitator, and jackass, basically, for the last couple of years.
She has. I mean, the most... like last year when she said, when again, one of the comments that really gets my crawl, if you will, is when a reporter was asking Angel Reese, aren't you excited about Caitlin Clark and the new set of eyeballs and the amount of attention that the WNBA is getting? Rather than just say, yes, it's great for the sport. It's really good for the sport. She had to throw herself in there. That's a little narcissistic.
Yes, it started in the NCAA final, which we all saw when Angel, no one even knew who she was at this point, taunted.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, this all started with Angel Reese being a real taunting bitch and doing the John Cena, you can't see me, to Caitlin Clark when LSU beat Iowa for the national championship. That's where this first started. Angel Reese started this.
And harassed Caitlin for like 10 to 15.
She's going to get the ring. Look, you can't see me. I'm going to get the ring.
To 20 seconds after the championship is over, pointing at the finger, doing this thing to her, stalking her up and down the court. To this day, I've asked many people, show me an example of a player winning a championship and acting like that.
Yeah, true. Show me a player that's done that.
Zero examples except Angel Reese. And I know what I heard Stephen A. say it, and I heard people, well, that's what Caitlin used to do. It's just a taste of her own medicine.
I never seen Caitlin do that.
That's just a myth. That's a lie. That never happened. You may be able to find a clip of Caitlin doing this after hitting a shot or going back down the court or even to her trainer, never stalking another player. Every clip that has Caitlin Clark doing that or doing something, it's 1 second long and then conveniently cut. Find me the whole circumstance.
The whole content and body of work of her doing that.
You say Caitlin acted like Angel Reese. Never happened.
And Caitlin never did it to Angel Reese.
If that was the only incident, this thing's probably dead. But Angel Reese has doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, actually built her entire persona about being like
And you know what? This could be, and you guys are all sports fans, this could literally be, they could turn this around. I don't think they can turn it around now because there's just too much hate and the fans wouldn't buy it. But they could turn this around into a Magic Larry deal. You know, the NBA, they said, was faltering before Magic and Larry got in. It was faltering. It was not doing well. In fact, the teams had to travel commercially. And you know what? And clear up until Magic and Larry got there, they didn't even play the games live. They played them on tape delay because the NBA sucked. I mean, they had a few stars, Dr. J, a couple of them, but not until Larry and Magic brought the rivalry. But they played hard, but they didn't hate each other. They end up doing commercials together. Now they're best friends. I mean, they're literally best friends, but they played each other hard, and there was never a racial component to it. Ever. Right? And the NBA built. I mean, Michael Jordan has often said, "Hey, listen, I went down a Larry Bird, Magic Johnson rabbit hole a few nights ago on YouTube, and they asked Michael Jordan, hey, you know, you're the greatest of all time, but who do you look up?" He said, "I look up to two people that busted their ass, that paved the way for me to dominate in the 90s, and that is Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Had they not come along and reestablished the NBA as a viable league, I couldn't have done what I had got to do." He actually, he actually gave credit where credit was due. And it was always, it was always kind of a racial thing, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, but it was in a classy type way, where you would have black guys say, "Damn, that white boy can play." I mean, you can go to YouTube and watch just black player after black player after black player say, "That white boy could play. That white boy could play." Why can't that be with Caitlyn? Why can't Angel Reese be Magic Johnson and Caitlyn be Larry? And look what Larry and Magic did. The WNBA is in trouble, or was in trouble. Caitlyn Clark with the Angel Reese kind of as the bad guy has given it a resurgence. But because Angel Reese is a classless bitch and wants to play the race card, is why this can't be a Larry Bird Magic Johnson. It could very well be a Larry Bird Magic Johnson and help invigorate the league, and everybody would benefit from it. Everybody that puts on a WNBA jersey, from the 11th man, from the 11th girl who's a sub, to the starting to Caitlyn Clark and Angel Reese and everybody in between, Brittany Griner, you all could benefit from this rivalry if it wasn't done in a hateful way, the way Angel Reese is trying to make it.
Caitlyn's rival, even though talent-wise they're not in the same stratosphere. But you name it, and Angel Reese has done it, whether it's after Kennedy Carter knocked Caitlyn down on that cheap shot and Angel jumped off the bench doing the lambada, whether Angel Reese has gone on...
See, Larry and Magic never did any of that. They respected each other. They played each other hard, and they respected him.
Social media and liked other posts of people being like, the only reason people like Caitlyn is she's white, and all Caitlyn fans are racist. Yes, she likes shit like that online. How about when you're asked a question at a press conference, and Angel Reese is like, people aren't just watching for Caitlyn, they're watching for me. This is my
thing I keep bringing up.
League.
I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me too, and I want y'all to realize that.
How about?
Man, is that? I mean, that just doesn't age well.
After Angel Reese whacked her in the head with a flagrant foul after the game, being like, some people get a special whistle, I guess.
Going back and looking at the film, I've seen a lot of calls that weren't made. I guess some people got a special whistle.
It's just literally one thing.
You know, Angel Reese, I don't know who's handling her, but could you handle yourself any worsely? I mean, like for you. This could be such a special thing, and you're handling it completely different. What are you gonna say?
I was gonna say they let her be herself. They cut off questions yesterday when they started asking about race and everything like that. So I mean they guard her and they let her say what she wants to.
This could be such a good thing if she had a better attitude. She's just, I mean, this could be, again, the only thing I can think of, the emulation, the only thing this could emulate the Larry Magic. And again, that relationship and rivalry has been regarded as what rejuvenated the NBA.
Could this be a female problem? Because bitches do get a little catty every once in a while.
This is completely a catty bitch problem. It's exactly what it is. And it's also a jealousy, insecure problem on Angel Reese's behalf. Larry knew that Magic was faster and better in some instances than him, and it just made him play harder. And Magic knew that Larry was better in a couple different instances than him, and it made him play harder.
Thing after another, culminating in the other night when a clear, take foul that shouldn't have been a flagrant, and Angel gets up and basically attacks,
flops
Caitlin Clark. What has Caitlin Clark said about Angel or ever been rude? Nothing. She just lets her play speak for itself on the court. So spare me the race narrative for 99% of Caitlin Clark fans. If you root for a player, and I became a Caitlin fan because I had never seen a female basketball player, black or white, play like she does. Pull up from the logo three, dimes all over the court, like eyes in the back of the head. It has nothing to do with the color of her skin. There's been tons of white superstars. None of them have captivated a country like Caitlin has. You have what? Diana Taurasi, Sue Bird, Sabrina, now Paige Buchers. None of them do what Caitlin do. None of them play like Caitlin do. So that's why she's so popular. And the jealousy.
It's jealousy. It's all Angel Reese jealousy.
Or the hatred that, yes, Angel Reese has towards her and has consistently shown makes Caitlin fans hate her. And in things like the other night, why is Caitlin Clark being asked about racism? What does she have to do? She has never said one thing racist. Her fans just love her. But if you have one player who's constantly poking at you, constantly prodding, constantly degrading you, constantly doing these things, yes, you're going to fucking hate her. It has nothing to do with the color of the skin. I'm sick of the Ryan Clarks. I'm sick of...
I had to dump him. He said the F word.
Stephen A's. I'm sick of ESPN making it a race issue. You have a superior basketball player.
It is a race issue, though. It really is. But it's a black hate white race issue. And that never gets covered. Black hates white is not a formidable form of racism. That's an acceptable form. That's acceptable. Black athletes that hate white athletes for whatever reason, and in this reason, it's because the white athlete happens to be better than the black athlete. That is not ever spoke about or called out. I just said it. But it's okay. That's okay. But if flip-flop applesauce, you flip-flop this deal, and Caitlin Clark starts saying the things that Angel Reese says in a racial tone with regards to whites versus blacks, well, that's going to be a whole nother discussion we have.
Who is constantly has someone below taking shots at them, won't shut up, and then plays the victim. She said she wanted to be the villain. She's like, I'll be the villain. I'll be the bad guy. It's made her rich. It's made her popular. If she didn't have Caitlin, nobody would know who she is. If Caitlin didn't have Angel, it would be the same popularity for Caitlin.
He's right. He's right. Can I hear that again? Because, Seth, I think that's about probably one of the most purest breakdowns I've ever heard.
You want to be the villain.
Here we go. This is absolutely perfect.
I'll be the villain. I'll be the bad guy. It's made
right here. I need this clip.
Made her rich. It's made her popular. If she didn't have Caitlin, nobody would know who she is. If Caitlin didn't have Angel, it would be the same popularity for Caitlin. So can you...
Perfect.
Please stop with the victim in the race. There's a reason Caitlin fans have that we don't like Angel Reese, and it's fair. It's sports. Rivalries are fine. But every time they play, the reason we don't like her is racism? No, it's because she's been a jackass for the last 3 years.
I mean, bingo. Does this Ryan Clark thing make it?
That's more about
him and
Griffin
RG3.
III.
The WNBA has this exciting rivalry. I hate the fact that they're always pinned against one another. RG3 called what Angel Reese did hate. He said you could see the hate on her face for Caitlin Clark. I'm not really sure when we moved in to being able to read the expressions of a person and know their intent. He does understand hate because I think he also understands the hate of self. When you look at the play, which is all we can speak to as professionals, Angel Reese pushed one of her teammates. Caitlin Clark had a hard foul, which is part of basketball. I feel like it was assessed correctly. And Angel Reese's reaction is the sort of reaction you get in a situation when you feel like you took an intentionally hard foul.
No, you flopped. I'm not even going to listen to another second of this nonsense. You flopped. You flopped. You flopped. You got your arm grabbed. She grabbed your right shooting arm, the arm that you were going to use to put up a layup, a give me layup, and she grabbed it and pinned it against your body. That's all she did. You could have taken a couple stutter steps and been fine. You decided to flop down on the ground, get up, and make it what it's turned into. This is a racial situation, and it's black girl hates white girl and uses it as to just absolutely, in my opinion, make an ass out of herself. If you didn't think there could be more P. Diddy stuff, well, every day there's the trial is going to last, what they're saying, 3-4 weeks?
Yes. Yeah.
Exotic male dancer, The Punisher, reads erotic tales about Cassie. And P. Diddy supposedly had erectile dysfunction most of the time. He couldn't even get a bone.
Really?
That's what they're saying.
Was that why they had to call him the Punisher?
I think they had to call him the Punisher because
the closer.
Not only did Cassie needed some D, Cassie needed her D, and her man couldn't get. All he was is soft noodle Jones.
You think it was the pharmaceuticals?
I think listen, when you take perks and somas, and Tuttle will tell you he used to be addicted to opioids, and when you're addicted to opioids, you can't get a boner.
Yeah,
let's just talk from real life experiences. Tuttle, when you were addicted to opioids, could you get a boner?
I could every once in a while, but it was far and few between. But man, I was like the Punisher for real, because I could.
So
never,
if you could get a bone, you could go forever.
Yeah. Oh
but
yeah.
But getting a bone sometimes, if you had too many perks and you didn't have enough, Cialis or Viagra, you had soft noodle Willie.
Oh yeah. Somebody sent me some Canadian Viagra one time, and it was really good.
At that point, you're going for 2 hours. She thinks you're Superman because you can't get your Nopu top.
Oh, dude, I rubbed some skin off, man.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I don't know, dude, but
Were they bringing her in?
I think they brought her in yesterday.
Were they bringing her in for the little swip swap?
Oh, you mean
P. Diddy banging is her mom?
You know what? I'm gonna have to find out. We'll see if the Punisher tapped that ass.
I just sent Lummy and Seth Kushner my 3 fucking.
What is L?
Oh.
What is L? Or a text?
Text.
Oh, okay. Can I get it after I urine?
These are the 3 or 4 things that I'm working on.
Oh, that's
my work. That's my work / drop the mic list.
That you're swerving us on.
And they're all gonna. Would you not agree? They're all pretty big.
Oh yeah.
Seth taking a shit on it.
I'm just shocked about you hiding all of that from me.
You know about it, buddy.
Yeah, I do.
You know about it, buddy.
That's why I did hashtag fixin' to pop.
Oh, you trolls. Let me. What are the trolls gonna do when all of that fucking goes down?
Oh, I'm sure they'll try to find
Especially the first one.
Oh yeah. They will have nothing. Well, they'll find. They'll make something up. Some kind of bullshit.
Is Alex not coming on today?
He just sent me a text and said that there's a lot of traffic.
Tell him don't worry about it.
Okay.
Tell him Bubba says don't even worry about it. We're gonna cancel for today. Tell him that. Samson 24, you're right. The WNBA needs male cheerleaders. Hot male cheerleaders.
Like Hooters try to have male waiters.
Like some male stripper cheerleaders, don't you think?
The magic bird in the WNBA is going to be Caitlin Clark and Juju Watkins.
Who?
Juju Watkins.
Who's that?
She's the best player in women's college basketball.
She's one
from UConn, right?
USC.
Which one? Isn't there?
Sarah Strong.
She white or black?
She is. I think she's black. She's light skinned.
Juju?
Yeah.
Is she as good as Caitlin?
Yeah.
Better?
Some people think so.
Really?
She tore her knee in the Elite Eight last year, but she'll be pro in a couple years.
Shooting guard?
Yeah. In search of freezer meat.
Trial seems to have a character. A standout walks out. Yes. And O.J. Simpson, it was so.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Me, Tunnel, Seth, the Kush, Money, Lummy, Macho Man, running around, keeping us on the air. I saw this today, and I'm like...
I thought you'd like it.
I'm like, come on, dude. I mean, come on.
What way to invest his money, though? But
how does... let's get into the story. and that is Hulk Hogan. Is Hulk Hogan saving Hooters? Former WWE star eyes up a bid for the classic American brand. Now, see, if you read it further, it says that his investors in his beer company. No, in order to get a beer company off the ground and distributed like he's got great distribution. They sponsor the world. They actually sponsor dirt racing, Lummy. They sponsor the World of Outlaws. Yeah. I mean, they have obviously a ton of capital. I think they got great distribution. I don't know how the beer sales are going, but they must be going pretty good.
Have you tried it?
No, I've not tried it. I'm not a big beer drinker. But Hogan is not going to put his own money into it. Just like he didn't put his own money in, it first started out that Hogan's Beach Club, over there on the Causeway. That was the Ben Maller guy?
Yes.
That was his money. And I think that's who his money guy is. I think Ben
Maller's not involved in he's come out and said he's not involved in real American beer. He's got a couple other guys. But the Ben Maller guy, like you said.
Did him and Hogan have a fallout?
No, they have other ventures that they're doing.
Okay. I could see Ben Maller maybe being a guy on this. Hogan is going to try to organize his investors with his beer company in conjunction with maybe a Ben Maller and a few others, and maybe buy the Hooters. Hooters is getting ready to file for bankruptcy or something like that.
They already did.
And so, how can Hulk Hogan save Hooters? Hulk Hogan.
Will the girls start tearing their shirts off, brother?
A Hooters Hootie tie-in would be pretty good.
It's a Hogan did say it's a way that he can bring Hooters back to freedom, grit, and good times.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Freedom, dear Terry Bollea, former best friend of mine, and because of me, and my testimony, and because I did a job for you clean in the middle, and that's all I'm going to say. You became more richer than you ever could have been in wrestling. You at one time were at such a low point where you were living with me thinking about committing suicide. Yes, I taped you having sex with my wife on my surveillance system. I did not erase it. I saved it. I should have not done that. When I was going through my divorce, I had to vacate my home for 30 days. I took the copy because I didn't want my wife to have it when realistically it shouldn't even have been existed. Yes, I did hit play on that. I did hit record on that machine. Or more importantly, I hit save. Everything was being recorded. I hit save. And I transferred it to its own individual disk. That's on me. I will never deny that. I've been, that's, and boy, have I paid dearly. Boy, have I paid dearly. But if I testify at the Gawker trial, instead of having Kevin Hazlett and my attorneys roll up in there and tell the judge, you can bring Bubba up here, but outside of his name and his date of birth, he's going to assert his Fifth Amendment right. So it's just going to be a big hour-long, them asking him questions and him saying, I plead the Fifth. I, upon instruction of counsel, assert my Fifth Amendment right. And you're going to, and so she did me a favor, was a big blow to Gawker, and she didn't even make me, now, it would have been to Gawker's advantage for me to go up there in my big boy suit and say all that because it, at that point puts doubt on Terry's story because I won't answer these questions. But when the judge just stands up and says, Mr. Clem is the next person to be called to the witness stand, and Mr. Clem has asserted his Fifth Amendment rights on all questions outside of his name and date of birth. So go on record for any questions that you had Mr. Clem for Mr. Clem, he asserts his Fifth Amendment right. That was a huge blow to Gawker. Had I went up there and answered the questions, Hogan would have lost. They had me set up. We knew the questions. We knew where I'd made mistakes. The FBI pencil whipped me on what they call a 203, which is an investigation report. And I was with the FBI with Stephen Diaco. We called the FBI on another situation. And the FBI, I was in the break room. I was in the break room.
Yeah.
And these two FBI agents, Steve Diaco is talking to the FBI agents. They're there at our attorney's office because a troll, led by, the Jack Stiefels, the Randy Hahns, all the Ludlows, the
OGs,
the original OGs. They had gotten this troll game so stirred up that Steve Diaco finally, one of them found Steve Diaco's home address and cut a cat in half, and put a half of a dead cat on his front doorstep. So Stephen calls the FBI to say, listen, this troll game that Bubba has gotten himself into via Twitter, and here are the I was giving the FBI the Randy Hahns, the Jack Stiefels. I was giving them all, the Obus, Canobus.
Was it Steve's cat or just a random cat?
No, it was a random cat.
Oh, damn. Poor
but
cat.
Still, finding a random dead half cat.
It's a hell of a message.
I mean, and it's like, what message is it?
Is that like an Italian thing? Sicilian?
I don't know. So we call the FBI to tell them, I got the FBI. I'm giving them all my trolls, like the names I mentioned a few minutes ago. I said Randy Hahn lives in Phoenix. He's probably one of the biggest pieces of shiz there are. And I mean, they're like, this is when we're in the conference room and they're writing it all down. And then so we go to we're taking a break. I'm not even I'm not the subject of the investigation. And Steve is, upon telling the FBI that, listen, this troll game, these people who hate Bubba have infiltrated my family life, and now my 5 or 6, 7-year-old daughter wakes up and goes outside to go to school, and on our front porch there's a dead cat cut in half. This has gone too far. And so I'm in the break room, and there's 2 FBI agents. And it's literally like October 8th or 9th. It's the day after Calta released the sex tape on Gawker. Spice Boy couldn't bribe Hogan at the Sand Pearl restaurant, at the Sand Pearl Hotel. Spice Boy and with David Houston as Terry's counsel, and more importantly, Spice Boy hiring Keith Davidson and his wife's best friend who worked at Bank of America, Laura Burbridge, to represent Mr. X, who is Spice Boy. They tried to shake Hogan down for $300,000 for the tapes. The feds come in after Hogan signs the checks, arrests Keith Davidson and Lori Burbridge for extortion, and the United States attorney decides not to file charges because Bubba the Love Sponge cannot be portrayed as a victim. Brian Albritton, who used to be my attorney, who was the former U.S. attorney, and now his assistant, Robert O'Neill, is the main guy making the decisions. He's the lawyer that's representing Keith Davidson. He walks right into the DOJ building here in Tampa and says, listen, you got a shock jock and a pro wrestler. This is going to be a clown show. You don't want to press charges on this. And they didn't. And Spice Boy and everybody that stole the tape got away with it scot-free. So the value is nothing to Spice Boy at this point. He gives it to Calta. Calta contacts Tony Burton. There's emails that show the correspondence. Tony Burton says, "We'll send the disc, send the sex tape to a guy named AJ Delirio at this address." That's what Merch Crick got her ass kicked for when she asked Calta about it at his personal appearance. How can you say you didn't have anything to do with the sex tape when we have an email from you and your agent with your agent telling you to send the sex tape to Gawker? How can you say you didn't have anything to do with it? Then he pie-faced her, threw her out. Oh, and guess what? There was no charges on that either, because guess what? Guess who her boyfriend is?
You.
Bubba the Love Sponge. He's bad guy, dick. So I'm in the break room, and the FBI goes to me, hey, what about that Hogan sex tape? I go, God, I know, man. This is ridiculous. This is going to be horrible. And they're like, yeah, I know it. You know, how did it get out? Did Hogan know, did Hogan know he was being taped? And I can remember like it was nothing because I don't drink coffee, and they do. They were pouring cups of coffee to each other. One guy had the pot, and he poured his glass, and he poured the other guy's glass. And the one guy had like a Scott Baio cut with a black mustache, typical FBI looking dude. and I go, and here's what I said. They go, did Hogan know he was being taped? And I said, you know what, guys? I don't know. I don't know what he knew. He lived with me for 3 months, and you know he knew I had cameras, but I really don't know if he knew he was being taped. I don't know. I can't answer that question because I don't know. That's what I said. That's what I said. I said, I can't, I literally, and so they wrote a report that said Mr. Clem 100% said that Terry knew he had cameras and they were in on it and all this kind of deal to make me look like a real horse's ass. So then I go get deposed by Gawker, and Gawker asks me 14 different times, did Hogan know he was being taped? Well, at that time, you know, there'd been some time that had transpired that, you know, I had found out or deducted that Hogan didn't know he was being taped. I don't think he did. So that's what I said. I don't think Hogan knew he was being taped. I do not think he did. Are you sure? Then they'd ask it a different way, and I'd be like, I don't think he knew. Then they'd ask it a different way, and I'd be like, I don't think Hogan knew. So they were going to put me on the stand to perjure myself, much like Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart didn't go to jail for insider stock trading. Martha Stewart went to jail for lying to an FBI agent. And so they were going to put me on the stand and say, Mr. Clem, during your deposition at the Gawker, do you remember being deposed by Gawker? Yes, I do. Do you know that on 14 different times you said Hogan did not know he was being, or it was your opinion that he didn't think he was being taped? Yes, I do. Were you sworn at that time? Yes, I was sworn. Well, is it true that, you know, whatever day, on October 11th, such and such, that you met with 2 FBI agents and they said that you said Hogan absolutely knew he was being taped? Now, who's the jury going to believe?
FBI.
Me? Nope. Bubba the Love Sponge, bad reputation. You know, shock jock. The reputation that I have in this, you know, for being, you know, again, an in-your-face, abrasive shock jock. Or 2 FBI agents who completely lied and pencil whipped. They're going to believe those 2 dudes. So they're going to say, well, Mr. Clem, which one were you telling the truth on? Well, at that point, I got to say I was telling the truth on Hogan deal for Hogan to win. And me, or if I say, well, I was telling the truth with the feds, with the FBI, now then I was lying to Gawker, and it make Hogan loses his case, and I go to jail for lying to an FBI agent. So Hogan, I'm glad you have enough money to buy Hooters, and I'm glad that you think you can turn it around. I just wish you knew who did a job straight clean in the middle. I did a job so goddamn clean in the middle that sets you up for life. And you know what? You guys can like what I said or not, but that's the truth. That's the bottom line.
I wouldn't be shocked if Scientology didn't have some of their hands in this Hooters deal, because isn't the original Hooters like in Clearwater?
Yeah, but it's not even close to the Scientology world.
Yeah, they're downtown. Hooters, that's
in
by
fact,
the bridge.
I think the problems at Hogan. I've been hearing that there's problems in Paradise with Hogan and Sky, and I think that's Scientology driven. I think that the problems he might be potentially having with his current wife, his third wife, is Scientology based, because they're pushing hard to get him to be in Scientology. And I think he knows that if you're going to be positioning yourself as the all-American beer, and I'm going to bring Hooters back to its all-American roots with, grit and all-American sexiness, I don't think that bodes well. I don't think you can be a Scientologist and do that, in my opinion. And I think the minute that people find out that you're a Scientologist, they automatically think you're potentially a weirdo. Right?
Yeah.
Now there's some stars that have been able to overcome megastars like John Travolta, Tom Cruise, Christy Alley when she was alive, that, didn't have to go through the Scientology template, and that is sell your house, sell your cars, sell your 401k, sell everything you got known to man, give it to the church. The church is going to put you up in a little apartment, and you're going to go through the course to try to become OTC9, and clear, and you're going to, when you die, go see Xenu. I don't think Cruz and Curciali and Travolta have to do any of that. I think they use them just as a PR deal. Oh. And I don't think that they have to do any of that. I think if Hogan was to get into Scientology, he would be a PR deal. But there's public perception. Every one of us, all five of us here, five of us, do we not, when somebody says the word such and such is a Scientologist, don't you automatically kind of say, oh, kind of weirdo?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Scientologist.
100%.
I mean, you could say that guy's Jewish, that guy's Protestant, that guy's Muslim, that guy's Catholic, that guy's Baptist. Okay, great. Okay, that's cool. The guy's a Jew. That's cool. The guy's a Baptist. That's cool. That guy's agnostic, for that matter. Nobody of those people get a rap. But the minute you say, hey, he's Scientologist, you automatically think of the guy holding two soup cans on an e-meter trying to find Xenu and get clear. And I think that Hogan I think his wife and his wife's family is trying to push him to Scientology. And I think one of the reasons why you're not seeing her in his Instagram feeds and all this kind of stuff, man, they were lovey-dovey when they first got together. She was there at the Republican National Convention. She actually helped him walk. But Hogan, none of what Hogan's going through right now. Yes, I'll take credit for it. Yes, I'll say it. If I had, I'm not going to say had I told the truth, but had I not pled the fifth, and had I not done a job straight clean in the middle during the Gawker deposition, where I was asked 15 different times whether you knew about the tape being exposed, you being taped or not, I don't think you would have won. Had I testified that day and not pled the fifth, I don't think you would have won.
Do you have to plead the fifth when you're being deposed?
No, you don't have. No.
So those transcripts are there somewhere, right? Like those.
You mean my deposition?
Yeah.
Oh, my deposition's public record. If you go to Pinellas County Court and you type in Bolea, it'll come up with all the lawsuits he's been part of, and he sues everybody from Biospine to to Gawker, to him and Linda having problems, to him and Jennifer just getting divorced. But in there, you'll see Cox versus Hogan. That was a lawsuit that got settled for, I don't know to be true, rumor on the streets has it, $55 million.
Oh.
He took home $11 million from the Gawker deal. And look at me, what I got. I got a stick up my ass. I got a stick up my ass, IRS on my ass, trolls galore.
But you're happy.
I'm happy, right?
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Man. What's up, Thomas? What up, White Ice Tea? What's up, Jay? Hope you guys are looking for those escapees. What's up, Miss Thomason? What's up, Pappy Jasper?
So we're on 6. We're good actually.
What's up, Jay Bowler? What's up,
Right?
Mr. Character?
Huh?
Yeah, we're good. Definitely get you in.
What are you housing? A white iced tea? I'm talking a white iced tea.
Oh. Egyptian.
Got a super tip on the way back, or a Bubba tip, Bubba Army tip.
Super tip, super tip.
I think you'll find it interesting.
Am I gonna find it interesting?
Yeah, who it is.
Is it gonna be a big high spot?
I think you'll find it. One.
Is it Hogan?
Is it Terry Bollea? Is it Cesare Belizea?
Yeah, it's
Clear Whiz
He's
Otter.
saying, come back, Bubba. Come back.
Bubba, come back.
What's up, Redneck?
Only a fool can see I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. How about that stuff, me doing a little karaoke?
What's up, Cash? Why don't you wait for Brian tomorrow? We can make it, we could all harmonize with you.
No, because that's kind of a you and Brian deal, you know? I gotta kind of niche out my own deal.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you've niched it out and we want to join.
I was wrong,
and I just can't live without you.
What's up, BS Profile?
Baby, come back.
Ralph Macchio really...
Only a fool could see I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. What's up, Thomas Gleason, Sicilian Redneck, Tina, Jay Bowler, Grouper Lips, Sicilian Redneck, Cash.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Kush Money.
Yo.
I know, somebody on Rumble just said Kush Money with a bunch of American flags.
John Kostika.
Say it again.
John Kostika, $100 on the Bubba Army tips. Also, new money.
Hold on. Do you know who this guy is?
Yes, I do.
Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, Steven Olinsky.
Oh, say it again.
Steven Olinsky.
Former Capital, former Penguin.
Everyone loves the plugs, he says. $100.
That's Brooke. That's Brooke Hogan's husband. Hey, have you ever seen? If it's type him in. On YouTube. Type in Steve Olinsky fights. And he was kind of a goon.
Oh, was he?
They would send him in like to take down some dudes. And I got down a rabbit hole on Steve Olinsky fights last weekend, and I talked to Steve and Brooke. We actually.
Did he say he was a goon? Because that could be considered slang in the hockey world.
I have talked to Steve, and he's like, no, I don't get offended by that because I kind of was a goon, and there were times where it made sense for me to go in there and fight, and that's what the coach put me in for. But he said in some circles, in the more modern day hockey circles, goon could have a negative connotation, but it's not. It's kind of an old school term.
Yeah, it's like being called a jobber, kind of.
Yeah, he's like, the old school players, and it just kind of most recently kind of came maybe derogatory. He said, but anybody that's been in the league for 10 years or more knows that it's not offensive. It's not anything to worry about. It's the new younger kids that potentially, if you're considered a goon, and you know what, goons. Hockey has changed. They don't need as many goons because it's such a speed sport now. You know what I'm saying, Seth? Like, it used to make sense to send in Steve Olinsky to take down your guy, to hip check your guy, your number one guy, and and maybe take a penalty or to get beat up, to beat up a guy. But hockey has changed now where they don't need that 2-minute penalty for just beating up a guy.
Yeah, everybody's got to have some sort of skill. It's like it's like why the NFL started phasing out fullbacks, so they could have more well-rounded athletes.
So Steve was like, if you're a good defenseman and you can fight, then you're great. But if you've made the league because you're a decent defenseman and you're a hell of a fighter, well, then you're on the wrong side of the league. Now, you never used to be. It would be the league wanted that. A decent defenseman and a real badass like Tony Twist or Steve Olinsky, or some of these. Who was that big? Lummy? Who was that big Olger? Who was that guy for the
Chara?
Yeah, Chara.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't he like with skate 6'10"?
I think like 7'7".
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, 7'7". Lummy, did you find any Steve?
I sent you.
You sent me
just to YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I let me play a couple. And I've been close. I talk to Steve and Brooke probably every couple days. And my sister actually went over and saw them this weekend.
Nice.
Obviously they just had twins.
That's awesome.
Here we go. Let me wait till you see this. Oh, I saw this one and he whips the crap out of. Check this out. Check this one out, Seth. I think is this when he played for the Capitals?
This one, yeah, it's all the Capitals ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this one happens fast. Like he whips this dude's ass fast. All right, hold on here. Look at this beat down. This straight beat down.
And Bowman wants no part of it.
Steve Oleksy making friends fast in the stands in Washington.
Well, they love him.
See, the fans love fighters, but the league's kind of changed where it's not, nearly a thing.
He can really throw him. He's a very versatile guy to have around. Bowman drops his mitts, doesn't.
Man, let me. If I was a hockey fighter, I'd keep my helmet on.
No, you can't. Well,
do it.
Yeah, I know, but they'd be like, "Man, look at that pussy."
Yeah.
So you can see, like they were already they'd already talked. You want to go? You want to go? Because like the minute they drop the puck, there ain't any skating around at all, man. These two drop their gloves, take their helmets off, and they go.
As Oleksy does, and he just drops them right off the face-off. There they are, making sure they take their helmets off, their gloves off. You knew right off the face.
God, do you know how hard it would be to fight on skates?
That they were going to go. One shot there, and then boom, kaboom.
Probably
and
natural.
was the one punch that knocked down Bowman.
Just killing the dude.
Getting a big cheer and a round of applause here in Washington.
Anyway.
And there's life.
Wait, she had twins with that big ass dude?
He's only 5'11".
I'm just saying.
He was a really good fighter. He was a really good fighter. Is this a different one? Let me hear. No, it's the same one there. This one here, I think he fought. I don't know.
Freight train whistle. Managed to work it on a round. Griffith calming the puck down.
By the way, this is Brooke Hogan's husband.
He better not do that. If Lucic was playing, he would have been.
Who, by the way, guess what? Guess who wants to beat up Hogan?
Him. He probably could too.
Well, Hogan wouldn't even walk Brooke down walk Brooke down to get married.
Oh.
And this guy here is like, hey, can I meet you for lunch? And you I want to talk to you as a father-in-law and as
man to man.
And Hogan's like, nope, doesn't work for me, brother.
What?
So this guy here, Steve Olinsky, he's tried multiple times to get a hold of Hogan. And be like, don't you want to see your grandkids? Don't you want to be part of our lives? And Hogan's like, no, it doesn't work for me, brother. And so Steve has said, man, I'll whip his ass. I will whip his ass. And he can. He's only 38 years old.
You mean like in the street or in the squared circle?
No, not in the squared circle.
Okay.
I'm talking about right on street level, no skates, no wrestling.
Perfect.
Ring. Olinsky would light Bolea up. Terry can barely walk. Actually has the advantage here because he's bigger and he's got a longer reach. So he can keep Olinsky off of him. But I think Steve prevails here, I think.
He's giving up, Steve.
That's a real fight right there. They're doing uppercuts and roundhouses.
Oleksy, all junkyard dog, but McQuaid finishing strong.
Hold on. He's on the ground now.
I think Steve may have gotten, maybe lost that one. Maybe. I don't know. That was kind of a tie. I saw one where he got the guy down on the ground and was pummeling him, and the referees had to stop it. Is this him?
Now this is Severson for the Devils to the left side, and Miles Wood with about a player that doesn't mind scrapping.
Has anybody ever taken a skate during a fight?
Oh yeah, see, one of the reasons why during hockey fights, as soon as they go to the ground, they stop it because that's where a guy could get a skate. If they're standing up, you're not going to get skated. But when they go to the ground, that's when a guy could take a skate, in a bad way. So as soon as they go to the ground is when the referees stop it. So that skate doesn't hit the guy's back of his calf, or you don't understand. They sharpen those things, Tuttle. They got guys in the back that put like a razor's edge on these things, and then at halftime the guys will put. Anyway, Lummy, that's Brooke Hogan's husband, and he has made contact with Hogan about having a relationship with his grandkids. This is his first grandkids. Brooke had twins, remember?
Yes.
Fraternal twins, a boy and a girl, and beautiful children. And Hogan doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Brooke and Brooke's an interior designer. She owns her own company in Nashville, very successful interior decorating, designing thing. And by the way, they live in. I'm not going to mention where, but they live in Florida.
What do you think Hogan would be called? Like Peepaw, Grand? Would he have one of those?
Graham, Peepaw. I don't know. Peepaw, Graham's not being so cool right now. And so Brooke went over to Hogan's new beach house on El Dorado and completely spent her and Steve spent all their own money and went to various furniture galleries and things like that, and completely did Hogan's house, refurnished it, and did the interior decorating, which would have cost, probably $5,000-$10,000 if you were to charge somebody. Steve and Brooke paid for it all. And all Brooke wanted was, and this was not too long ago, because she wants to, she has the most heat with Linda, because Linda actually physically beat Brooke up as a child. I saw it many times. I saw her get slapped across the face. I got her call. I witnessed Linda call her a fat "see you next Tuesday."
What about a kendo stick? Did Brooke ever get hit by one of those?
I'll tell you one thing. She got hit by high heels. She got clawed because Linda had those whore nails. She got clawed. Ugh. She got slapped across the face. Little pussy-ass Nick never took no heat at all. I think Linda was deep down, because you could tell Brooke was going to be pretty. When Brooke, and I beg everybody not to think that this is creepy, but when you see a 12 or 13-year-old girl who's kind of tall and she's pretty, she's going to be cute when she grows up, right? Like Dr. Diaco's daughter, Sophia. She's going to be pretty. I mean, I think she's already like 17, 18. But I think Linda knew Brooke was going to be gorgeous. She knew Brooke had a skill set. Brooke was playing the guitar, the piano. She could write music. She could read music, all by the age of 12 or 13. And I think that Linda beat her and psychologically screwed with her and messed with her, because Brooke potentially was going to be everything that Linda wished she could have been. The only thing Linda was a nail. She was a nail. She was working at a nail salon in California.
I thought she created Hogan's whole gimmick.
Yeah,
no, she was working as a nail tech.
That's what the court said.
She was working as a nail tech in California. Hogan saw her at a nightclub, asked for her phone number. She said, "I don't give you my phone number, but I work at like Fancy Nails on Rodeo Drive." Hogan went down there, and that's how they met. But her name was Linda Claridge. Her dad was a grifter. Her mom, Gail, was an interior designer, but just completely, just like a Reba McEntire, redheaded looking,
So you'd read like $20,
and the anger of a ginger too. Ooh. So her mom, was her dad was a piece of shiz, and she latched onto Hogan. Her only skill set was that she was absolutely the epitome of a gold digger. Then Terry moved to Minneapolis, and she did, to her credit, help establish Hogan's gimmick. But she's nothing but a glorified nail tech.
What was the best she ever looked?
I would say like an 07, 08. She was, I mean, we used to call her, sexy thick, because she had that thick ass. But she could do herself up. I mean, she wasn't afraid to wear a thong and let that thick ass eat. Like we'd go to the Bahamas, man, and you'd see that big thick ass like she had almost like a donkey, like a big donkey. And she never worked out with Hogan. Only Brooke worked. But Nick was a lazy piece of shiz. Linda was a gold digging bitch trying to strategize her next, furniture purchase or her next restaurant purchase on Terry. And Brooke would go down to the gym and work out. And so I think that, all of the abuse that Brooke took physically and more so mentally was because Linda knew she was nothing but a nail tech and gold digger. That's what her skill set was. And here's her daughter, who Terry often said a lot of times, Nick is a Claridge and Brooke is a Bolea. Because that was the two families. Hogan was a Bolea coming from Pete and Ruth, and Linda was a Claridge coming from Gail, and I don't even know the dude's name, some flim flammer. He once scammed Hogan out of like $500,000 to start a machine gun company. For real, Linda's dad, when Hogan first really was making big money, scammed him. It's like, Terry, let's start our own machine gun company here in California. Oh, okay. Linda was, obviously probably behind it. And so anyway, so deep down, Linda, I think, always was jealous of Brooke and was so mean to her. I watched slaps. I watched hits. I watched kicks. I watched her. We'd be eating dinner at a steak joint where they offer you where they offer you bread and stuff, right?
Yeah, in the beginning, yeah.
And Linda, we'd all get our little piece of bread and dip it in the little olive juice gimmick, and maybe Brooke would have another piece of bread, and Linda would go, "You're not having that bread. You're already too fat." Now Brooke was never fat. She was hot as hell. I mean, I'm just saying she was cute. She would say,
"Did you jump in the bread conversation?"
My name was Bennett, and I ain't in it. Can I tell you who I was most scared of?
The olive juice.
Linda. Everybody was scared of Linda. The bitch was a witch.
Hey,
my God, she was mean as a goddamn snake. She was mean. I was scared. Me and Hogan used to lift weights and get high, and our whole agenda for the day, once I got there, I'd do my morning show on 98 Rock Lummy, then I'd go to Hogan's house, and all we would do would get high and lift weights and ride jet skis and try to stay off of Linda's radar. Like, we'd have code words, Blue Jay. Like, if we saw her, we'd have different, Blue Jay, K-Fabe, K5, Blue Jay, because we didn't want her seeing what we were doing.
If there was a role reversal and, say, Hogan offered, Linda to you, do you think you would have ever gone for that?
Back then or now?
Yeah, back then.
Yeah, maybe. But Hogan's a selfish son of a bitch. He could have my wife, but I can't have his. I would have loved to roll up on Sexy Thick and try. But the thing about it is, I don't know if I could have brought it home. Did you see the thermos on Hogan? If that's what she's used to, and then she gets my Indiana 3, my God, she's used to that big thermos, Sexy Thick. You got to have a big penis just to penetrate that ass. I mean, just to there's a lot of thickness.
They didn't have your gimmick though, the cul-de-sac.
Well, whatever.
Yeah,
I'd have to put Linda on all fours and come in there with the finger.
Oh my goodness!
Just to try to get any type of just to get over at all.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I'd probably be in there just going to town thinking that I'm the world champion. She'd be like, "That's all you got, buddy."
The Brooklyn Brawler.
Putting you over.
I'd be like the goddamn honky tonk man or the Brooklyn Brawler, just a straight jobber.
I got to get numb like Cassie just to hear these details.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Oh.
That might be a good standalone.
Yeah, definitely. I found a new movie I haven't seen from Hulk Hogan while I was looking up Hulk Hogan Machine Guns in California. I guess he did a movie called The Ultimate Weapon in 99.
99?
Yeah.
Any big stars in that one besides him?
Jerry the King Lawler.
Shut up.
I'm about to check it out though. Pretty excited about that. I just watched the trailer too.
Watch the trailer what?
There's I typed in Hulk Hogan Machine Gun Maker and it came up one of his movies.
Oh really?
Yeah, it came up The Ultimate Weapon that he did. You don't hear
What's up,
that.
Cracker Chris? Snook Sliz.
What's up, Captain Chris?
Orbit. Glenn Longnecker.
We got a lot of stuff left for tomorrow.
We do.
What's that, sir?
It says there's lovable gingers. It's a table there.
What's up, TJ Waugh? What's up, Alan Bowling? I thought Stein was coming by for the show today.
Yes.
He's not.
Please hold, sir. We'll be coming back from break in 2 minutes.
What's up, Johnny?
Dark Knight Steve, line 1. Good morning. Poodle balling. And yes, DJ Brown answered it.
Did you ban Stein?
No. No. He just running his standard Alex Stein fucking late bullshit.
Yeah, Alex, the traffic was really bad.
He's out of here. He's got to be out of here at 11, right? I thought his flight was at 11.
I think his flight's at 12, isn't it? Lummy, do you have any idea? God,
I thought it was at 11.
That blonde on the right, that bitch is just straight fucking fire.
What's up, Dan?
Do you think she's the hottest bitch in Tampa TV?
It depends, if what you're into. You could be into the, younger, the more mature.
I'm into that. Whatever that is called.
I could see myself getting a soft, gentle kisses from Laura Moody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Laura Moody.
How about a Gail Guayardo? Not a big Gail fan?
Oh, Gail's cool.
What about
I love
Wendy
Gail. I'm a big
Ryan?
Gail fan.
What's that?
Wendy Ryan.
Wendy's getting a little long in the tiz.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd French kiss her. Till the cows come home.
Would you lick her butthole?
No, that's gross.
Would you? And yes or no, Seth, on the question I just asked you.
Yes.
Suck on the tees?
Yeah.
You can't get in trouble for saying suck on the tees.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studio.
Aquabito.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Suck on them tees.
Well, I just said I would make out with a girl, and you're like, "Would you eat her butt?" And I was just
easy on knowing what to say and how to say it. Easy there, big boy.
So sorry. Sometimes I forget that we're on the radio.
Sometimes you do forget.
Taking it to another level.
Yeah.
Do you do that often, Seth?
I'm thinking about Linda Hogan. I think I should go after Linda Hogan while she's busted up.
Oh man,
because she's at her all-time lowest.
I don't, Tuttle. I know when we're on the radio, but I just feel like it
liberated and saying eating ass.
Well, I've just always been so held back, and I just don't really see any. I just don't see getting fined for saying that. So.
Man known professionally as the Punisher, and today he's testifying.
The Punisher was the star witness of the P. Diddy trial yesterday. The Punisher, a male escort. And the reason why the Punisher was hired is because P. Diddy had ED. That's erectile dysfunction, soft noodle Jones from too many opioids.
Sean Diddy Combs trial. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Shrey Harris.
What's up, Kira, yo MILF?
Or Hayes, rather, testified that he met
the Punisher. Look at the Punisher.
Combs and his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, through his work as an escort. He also testified they hired him 8 to 12
God, she is so beautiful. I just cannot get over how beautiful of a woman she is.
times and described an encounter.
How many times did they hire her?
8 to 12?
Through his work as an escort. He also testified they hired him 8 to 12 times and described an encounter with the two in Trump Tower back in 2012. Combs has pleaded
Man,
not
I'd love to be a male escort, getting paid to blast her.
guilty to charges, including sex
P. Diddy
trafficking
watching?
and racketeering.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
They all got
Legal
specific
contributor and trial
instructions
attorney
not
Brian
to
Buckmeyer
interact
joins
with
me
Diddy.
now. So, Brian, Hayes tested.
So they were given like, hey, listen, do not interact with Diddy. He just watches.
Well, the instructions were do not interact with the husband.
Right,
Do not interact with the guy in the corner?
with the other man in the room.
Yeah.
They didn't.
With his limp.
Because Diddy was like a bank robber. He had
He had a black bandana on his face.
Right.
But sometimes he got involved.
It was pretty graphic
Was Mace there?
at times.
Never.
Do you think that it helped or hurt the prosecution's case?
The Punisher?
Graphic at times, and also oddly got a few chuckles as well. Currently, Hayes is being cross-examined by Xavier Donaldson, and so we're going to see where this testimony lands. But focusing on the direct examination, I would analogize it to just more sand on the beach, per se, right? In the sense of, did it add greatly towards the government's argument as to what these freak-offs were, who it entailed, how they were organized? No, it's really more of the same, but I think for the government, it's strengthening their case. Now, as I said earlier, there's a cross-examination going on right now. We started off by talking about this book. I think it's called The Search for Freezer Meat, a book that Hayes wrote about his ED. And so, from my understanding, about 9 or so of the 182 pages talk about Cassie and Sean Combs. I think the defense will try to explore those pages, and see if anything could come up that might discredit his testimony. But other than that, I think it's just general testimony.
So Cassie Ventura's mother also took the stand today.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Right? Testifying about this email from Cassie that she says made her physically sick. What happened?
Man, this old coog is hot as hell, is she not?
You all think
I
so,
don't know who the hell she is.
She wants that freezer meat.
So not
I'll give her I'll give her a thawed meat.
Only did that email reference something that made her mother physically sick. I think the focus on the direct examination was that she claimed she was extorted to the tune of $20,000. $20,000 that she and her husband, Cassie's father, had to take a home equity loan out to pay for. But shortly after doing the wire transfer,
Why was she extorted? Who extorted her? Cassie's mom. Why?
Yeah.
But like, listen, we know what your daughter does, and give us $20,000.
directed to do, that $20,000 was returned. Now, the defense didn't cross-examine Cassie's mother. I think a very smart move here. There's not much you're going to gain. And
You got P. Diddy giving out heart signals.
optics of cross-examining the mother of a woman that you are agreeing.
Man, here's the deal. Even if he gets acquitted, I mean, he's gonna get as blackballed as I am in Tampa.
Was a victim of domestic violence. I don't think plays well in front of a jury. But there were some facts that were missing from the direct examination that I think the defense can use. It seemed unclear as to whether or not Sean Combs was directly involved with this alleged extortion of Cassie's family. But I think at the very least, the implication that the government was looking to put in front of the jury.
So are they saying Combs extorted $20,000 out of her mom and dad, and then it was returned? Is that what they're saying? I think that's what they're saying.
I don't know what he was saying.
Was there?
Yeah.
So Combs' former assistant also testified about this alleged confrontation involving rival rap mogul Suge Knight, in which Combs was apparently armed. Why do you think, what is the impact of this testimony, and why do you think this was brought into court?
So now they're bringing, I want Suge Knight to testify.
I think the idea and the impact of this is that Sean Combs is part of a criminal enterprise. And the allegations that Sean Combs is facing isn't just about the freak-off. I think the government is trying to expand that beyond just the setup, the execution of the freak-offs, the taking it down and then trying to silence people. They're also trying to show that Sean Combs was involved in violence that scared Cassie, because she testified about this incident earlier. The assistant who was allegedly a part of this incident in one way, shape, or form gave us greater details. And I think they'll be able to show that Sean Combs was dangerous, or that Cassie had every reasonable belief to believe he was dangerous. And I think that could feed into, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you go? Why did you still participate in these freak-offs? But I think for people who have followed Sean Combs and the rap beef that has gone from the East Coast and West Coast rappers when it comes to Tupac Shakur, the Notorious B.I.G., Death Row Records, and Suge Knight, I think this falls in line with a lot of the rumors and innuendos that have followed Sean Combs, and he has denied throughout his career. And I think people are getting a bigger and wider picture of this criminal enterprise the government is attempting to accuse Sean Combs of.
Brian Buckmeyer, outside court for us, and also following everything on the inside. Appreciate you, Brian. Make sure you catch our daily show on the trial, Burden of Proof.
Oh, they're making this a daily breakdown. The Burden of Proof, the case of P. Diddy. How many documentaries have been done? Did Netflix have one in TMZ?
4?
Netflix, TMZ.
That's all I know of so far.
Let's see. There has been 5. The one on Peacock, Tubi, HBO Max, Netflix.
Fantastic.
Call back tomorrow, Dark Match Steve.
What's that?
Dark Match Steve was on hold for like an hour and 10 minutes.
Who?
Dark Match Steve.
Yeah, Dark Match. Call me back tomorrow. I got so busy. Hold on here. Dark Match Steve, make it a quick one. Hi.
Sponjo, I was seeing if I could get one of the Whites for Warren t-shirts. I need a size small twink.
If I ordered 9 of them, if we have small twink in that order, I'll get you one, okay?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Bye, buddy.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.